All right, good evening, everybody. I know I'm pretty much at the end of my usual start times. Hopefully, most of you saw the notification. I actually burned myself a little bit. It's nothing catastrophic, but um, I I do the dumb thing. Okay, so not that you need to know, but here's my excuse. Um, Obviously, from the previous broadcasts, I will drink a lot of tea and coffee. And particularly in the morning, I do like coffee. I've been trying to cut it down a little bit in the evenings just because I've, you know, I've talked quite a few times about trouble sleeping. Last night was no different, actually, but I tried to nap a little bit between finishing work and starting the broadcast. Um, but I really stupidly put my grinder just behind the kettle. So what'll usually happen is I'll be making coffee, kettle's boiling, and I reach to go get the ground coffee. Well, I'm just putting my arm right over the steaming um, end. So I've actually got a somewhat nasty mark still from the last time that I did that, and I more or less just hit myself in the same spot. So it still actually stings quite a bit, but I just, I did the usual thing, put ice on it, remind myself that this is not the done thing as far as, making coffee and tea is concerned. But the damage is done, and I mostly just wanted to make sure. Actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm going to be back in a second. No, actually, there's no way I can play the game and have that on my. I wanted to just put the ice on my arm for a bit longer, but it occurred to me I wouldn't be able to play the game then. But that was it. So it's if I say health problems, that's going to cause some alarm in terms of starting up the broadcast. I was a dummy. I did something dumb. Which wound up costing me some time, and I apologize for the later start, but we'll still get a good session in. And with that, as opening remarks, let's watch a fun cinematic and enjoy Titan. I actually have a bunch of stuff that I can rant about today, but I'm going to try and keep it paced.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
Hey, Jetpack. So it depends, as usual. The question is, what your scale for recently is. And Ascanius, good to see you too. The next update, as listed in the item here, is in 6 days. So this is going to be a little bit. So essentially, I'm playing the update that came out earlier this month. But is there any cooler name for a game than Industries of Titan? I agree. Like, I think this is one of the best names for a game ever. So brace yourself. Are actually, so number one, they're very good at puns in general, but I actually generally think they're also very good at game names. So, Industries of Titan, Crypt of the Necrodancer, Cadence of Hyrule. I don't think it's premature. I mean, I want to get some. I want to get some of the victory conditions down. So I think basically, maybe it's good for me to explain why I'm doing this instead of Phantom Brigade today. Because, like, Brace Yourself have given me this terrible dilemma in the fact that they've given me both a key for Phantom Brigade as well as Phantom Brigade as well as Industries of Titan. I don't know, Jetpack, when you've last sort of heard from Brace Yourself, but this game is actually getting a 1.0 release in November, I believe. So as far as Brace Yourself's concerned, it will be full finished in a few months. But there's definitely some more stuff that's going to be coming out before it's done. June last year, there's a lot that's changed. So I hopefully you will be amazed by what you get to see inside of this. But there will be a new update coming in about a week. Also, I hope they get Canada Day off. But I guess it's a federal holiday, so I am going to be dodging protesters for for Canada Day. But yeah, so so again, this is my disclosure as well. I have been given keys for promotional purposes for these games. I think Brace Yourself are the bee's knees, and I think there's a whole bunch of really cool people working there, amazing talents, and again, I always feel a little scared whenever I talk. Okay, here's where it comes from. I have had more than a few times when I've shouted out someone and they turn out to be considerably less nice than I thought that they were. Or I host someone, sight unseen, and they turn out to be a bit of a jerk. So it's always one of these things where it's like, okay, I like to think the best of people. They've been incredibly nice to me, but I do not know what lurks in the souls of the people who've made the game about, using people as, kind of grist for the mill, to get you your artifacts and profits. Obviously deep down they're all people who secretly think that the Industries of Titan system is the best way. But is that a thing? Sorry, I think I missed the protests on Canada Day. Absolutely. We had something of an occupation in the capital a few months back, and the group has been very clear that they intend to come. There's actually already a guy shouting outside of Parliament, basically saying, we told you'd be back, and so on and so forth. The hope is that the police will be a little bit better organized and not let them actually set up and sort of entrench themselves. But it's also true that members of the opposition, like members of Parliament, are basically going out and joining the protesters. So while it will mark sort of the first set of Canada Day celebrations that are, outside and in a physical location, it's also true that, and I mean, I think this is part of the intention on the part of the protesters, is that they want there to seem to be a much larger show of support for their cause, when in fact it's just people maybe coming out to just have a good time with Canada Day. I remember in the original occupation, there was a pretty clear strategy of, obviously marked vehicles and support, and just kind of driving through neighborhoods. And it's just one of these things, right? It's it's letting you know, they're there, certainly, it's one of these ones where with these groups of people walking around, even in like my own neighborhood, which is not really all that close to downtown. Groups of people kind of walking around, and no, like, completely divorced from context. You would have a very hard time making the case that the purpose was intimidation, but combined with all of the other actions, it 100% was designed for that. The closer you got to it, you'd be having like people, particularly, well, I mean, I suppose the PC term is like visible minorities, but specifically Asian people having their masks like pulled off of them. There were definitely parts of the city which were, more safe to be walking around than others. So, hey, Immortal Velity. Oh God. Okay. Well, tell you what. I'll jump into the game because it sounds like this will be the first topic of the rant. Yeah. So you're talking about Anzac Day, right? It's been talking about the invasion of Gallipoli. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. But yeah, tell you what, I'll jump in. But anyway, okay, so we'll get a few things because I think we're gonna talk about the trucking protest. Because here's the thing, I'm actually gonna try and give the nuanced view on it, because there is a very, very small kernel that I can actually say, here is where I actually think there might have been a point. Snarkily called Invasion Day. Okay, gotcha. Which is not to communicate any kind of sympathy for these protesters. I was quite appalled at the way that it was handled, and essentially what people were calling for. But I don't know, in the interest of trying to understand something, like, these are people who are going out and doing this stuff, right? There is something that motivates them to take one action as opposed to another. And I'm not entirely sure just sort of sitting in, my little streaming world, wagging my finger, saying shame on you is necessarily going to give me any better of an understanding in terms of why those sorts of things happen. But I'm gonna jump in. Some companies come to Titan because their business produces such dangerous waste they can't operate anywhere else. I keep threatening to do codex entries, but I also need to make better time in this. So the reason why I'm doing Industries of Titan tonight is not any dislike for Phantom Brigade, which got a recent update, but it is Phantom Brigade is not going to be getting an update. Oh, actually, so I don't know if it's still open, but the first come first serve Steam beta invites for Phantom Brigade are open. So if you haven't tried, I'd recommend stopping by that Steam page. I know, let's face it, a game will always benefit from more testing. That is one of the reasons why Phantom Brigade is not getting an update next month, is that they're going to want to sort of get everything ready for Steam release, which will also be the 1.0 release of the game. But I didn't sign, so I was kind of on the fence about whether or not I wanted to sign up for it, because the fact of the matter is that I'm not necessarily the best. I'm not really the best at giving timely or useful feedback, I sometimes feel. And the idea of me taking a key, particularly from someone who might be playing the game for the first time, strikes me as a very costly action to take. Like, that's something that potentially cuts brace yourself off from some really good advice. So maybe I'll take a look in and see, like, if they haven't used up their beta keys. I might sign up just so that I can take a kick at the can and see if I can give some feedback. But yeah, for those of you who've been wanting to, for those of you who want to, for those of you who wanted to try Phantom Brigade, for those of you who are waiting for Steam, for those of you who wanted to give it a try, for those of you who just want to help out with the beta, I definitely recommend looking it up on Steam. So I've not played any of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Ascanius. I can't remember if you had suggested them, but I remember this came up once a few years ago, and it feels like there's a lot of games in that series. Also, I know it's Also, I know that it's like a literary work. So, Total War Three Kingdoms, I believe, is like pulling from the same the same material. But I believe you're specifically referring to like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and then it's got like a name, a number inside of it. 14 of them now. Okay, cool. But yeah, I take it that's a recommendation for you. The other one that has come up a couple of times, and I am interested in giving it a shot if I can, is Battle Brothers. I've noticed. So it interests me when games like that kind of continually keep being referenced over and over again, because those sort of indicate, people seem to see an alignment with my interests in those particular kinds of games in a way that, I should kind of stand up and take note. I am always kind of interested when those sorts of things keep popping up. But I did want to explain why I was going to do Industries of Titan tonight. So number one, it means that I have a little more flexibility in terms of Phantom Brigade, in terms of when things are going to be, when I'm going to be playing like certain games. Like, so in this case, the pressure to play Phantom Brigade immediately after Industries of Titan isn't there, because there's not necessarily going to be the same update. The other thing that's true is that I've had a few runs now with Industries of Titan where I spend a lot of time setting up my enterprise, and we haven't really been making any progress on the goals. And it is usually true that I will start a new game each time there's a new update, because unlike Phantom Brigade, there's not necessarily the promise for Industries of Titan that the old save is going to work with the new update. That doesn't mean that you can't do the old save, but it's just one of these things where, when you don't have, when you don't have sort of that firm commitment, let's say, you're kind of taking your life in your own hands. And particularly, I feel like if I'm going to be playing the game for promotional purposes, it would be nice to sort of show it in, the sorts of conditions that the game's supposed to be played in, as opposed to just being like, we'll run, we'll run ahead, and I'm going to, vocally complain about all the bugs, which are purely a result of me, not using the up-to-date save. Like, that would, I feel like that would be a really crummy thing to do to the game. So that's kind of the main reason why I wanted to do it right now, is that I don't know if I'm necessarily going to complete all the corporate goals, but I at least wanted to make a little more progress to it, particularly because we've not yet encountered the rival corporation. So I wanted to make some effort towards, getting a little bit closer to achieving some of those goals. So I'm just going to take a quick second to refamiliarize myself with the state of the world. I think I wanted to have a whole lot more workers to deal with the waste, and so we've set up for minerals if I need. Of course, it's a lot easier to claim these patches. I believe this was eventually going to become my little sort of office and residential area, which is going to be supporting the worker expansion. And then at some point, we would be claiming this isotope node, but I'm probably going to want to build out my military a little bit more to start taking out this rebel base. Now, there was a question in chat as to about these protests. So the protest was called the Trucker Convoy. And it is helpful to think a little bit about the context under which that under which the protest happened. So, we've had a few years now of various regulations, kind of in the name of public health, and people are really tired of them. Doesn't mean that they're not good or useful. Doesn't mean that they are not necessarily achieving what they're setting out to do, but you always keep hearing, this statement of pandemic fatigue and so on and so forth. And certainly, that really does seem to be sort of the state of the world, and Canada is no less prone to that kind of response. Now, I can't remember the exact state of regulations as far as kind of Canada and the U.S. were concerned, but there was a situation where I'm going to start buying up as many trucks as I can, but I want to make sure I'm not killing my surplus. Actually, let me just make sure I can buy up some. Okay, good. No more buildings to buy for the next little while, so 1,000 worth of trucks is not a bad start. So basically, there had been some regulations that were established for transporting goods through trucks. And I'll admit, it's been a while, so I can't remember the exact time limit of events. But basically, there was the requirements. So the U.S. has a set of requirements, because, of course, a lot of the trucking that we're worried about is cross-border, from the States to Canada and vice versa. And essentially, there was sort of one... I think there was like a statement in terms of whether or not you needed to be vaccinated in order to cross. And then the Ministry of Transport came out with basically actually, hang on, no, you do need to be vaccinated. And so there's obviously this subset of truckers that are not going to want to get vaccinated for whatever reason. And again, I'm not going to say, positive, negative, but we do not have mandatory vaccination in Canada as far as like being a citizen, and so that's their right to choose whether or not they want to do it. But essentially, there is now a group of people who are out on the road based on one set of information that the government told them, and it seems that this information is now changed. And I'm going to be honest with you. I definitely feel like the government screwed up on this, right? Generally, one does not expect the government to say one thing and then do the other, right? If generally you kind of want your government departments, particularly in terms of things that you'll be making business decisions off of, you want them to be consistent in terms of their messaging and kind of telegraphing their intent. So the fact that they sort of did this about face, and again, the story is that basically someone was misinformed and they put out like the press release or the announcement or whatever, and so they were ultimately correcting and establishing what was always the intended policy. I actually have every reason to believe that is true, because we love to pretend that we expect the government to be perfect on a lot of announcements. But we also simultaneously sort of think that civil servants are like super lazy and always accident prone, and that politicians are horribly corrupt. Like we definitely allow ourselves quite a bit of doublethink in terms of how we think about government departments and whether or not they do their job correctly. But like basically, to my view, there was actually an original sin here, in the sense that the government said one thing, people took action based on that information, and then they were told another thing to go, like, they either corrected the error, or from the perspective of other people, they changed their mind. I'm gonna, principle of charity at both sides, right? I'm gonna say, well, I have no reason to believe, like, can I believe that a government department messed up and it got the wrong message out? Yes, I can believe that very easily. Do I think that there was this sinister cabal of, civil servants who just like really wanted to annoy some people who have trucking businesses? I mean, maybe, but certainly one seems a little bit more believable than the other. So, now, whether or not I think it's fair, it's pretty clear that the U.S. is going to have the U.S. is not going to change its regulatory environment based on our screw up. The law is the law, the rules are the rules, and yes, this means that there are a bunch of people inconvenienced. And so This was, at least on paper, what the protest was about, that there were supposed to be a bunch of trucks that would sort of come to Ottawa and, do a bunch of, block things, the usual thing that you see from like a big protest movement, essentially to sort of inconvenience everyone, to draw attention to this great injustice. Now, the drawback here is that it's very clear that stopped being kind of the point or the main messaging. Pretty quickly, you were starting to get these groups of people sort of talking about how the existing government sort of needed to be dismantled, and that there would be sort of this combination of the trucker, they called it the trucker protest, but clearly it's not just truckers that are showing up. That effectively the governor general and some council of these protests are essentially sort of to be this like caretaker government, while they essentially get rid of the Liberals, who are the minority leader in Parliament. So, I mean, again, I don't want to get hyperbolic on this stuff, but yeah, I mean, you have a group of people who have now occupied the Capitol. There are and one of the things they were doing was just honking their horns at all times during the day. So, like, even in the middle of the night, people in downtown were really struggling because of the noise. And I mean, you can see the air quality indicator. You can, if you look at like a time series of the air quality indicator in Ottawa, you absolutely can find the protest on the map, because there's just this spike in terms of the kind of hazard or the warnings. I can't remember exactly how they measure that. I can probably find it here. I guess you could say the air quality index goes down or the measure of particulates goes up, and I can't remember which one they use, but apparently I'm really fixated on this detail. Oh, interesting. So it is air quality. So the higher it goes, the air quality index, the higher it is, the more damaging it is. So yeah, anyways, you could definitely see the spike. I remember the first I sort of found out, I'd heard that this protest was coming, but the first I really kind of paid attention to it was actually the taking a look at my phone and seeing this sudden spike in the incidentally, I'm clearing these out so that I can get the mine up and running. Spokesman HQ plus research complete. Oh, Jesus. I almost spilled my tea. Sorry, just 1 second here. But yeah, I'm going to try and wrap this up, because I know I don't necessarily think I'm explaining the protest particularly well, but this is also taking a while to explain. But yeah, so again, like, I don't want to get too hyperbolic about it, but the fact of the matter is that you have this group of people that have now sort of occupied part of the nation's capital. They have a bunch of trucks out in front of Parliament. It's hard to get around. There's like a ton of businesses that I used to go to. Yes, definitely new. Again, if you haven't played in a year, there's going to be a lot that's new in the game, I think. And I'll try to explain it as I go on, but I should probably finish the first rant. But when you see a group like this, turning around and talking about sort of replacing the government, it's very clear that there's something more than just being annoyed at a vaccination requirement for truckers. And I'm pretty clear. Like, I was a little more. So I guess the thing is that I was a little more relaxed to the existence of the protest than a lot of my friends were, because like a lot of my friends are definitely very progressive in their politics, and they really like to, they're definitely very supportive of, all forms of civil disobedience. But of course, because this one was definitely much more right wing in its approach, or not approach, but in its ideology. That was the basis for disagreeing with it. I'm like, well, there is a principle, kind of at stake here, right? It's like, do we tolerate, do we allow protest or not in this country? But that's a little more of an academic argument, because essentially when you have people's masks being pulled off of them, when people essentially cannot feel safe walking the streets, when you have desecration of war memorials. So, there's someone who I think urinated on the tomb of the unknown soldier. There's very clear, I mean, and again, there's definitely more than a few very racist and very, just really wretched people running this thing. And I mean, again, there's always the plausible deniability of, it's like, oh, well, it's a grassroots movement. No one leads it. And I'm like, yeah, okay. But there sure seem to be a lot of people who, everyone's spontaneously listening to, let's say. Again, it's really hard to make the academic argument when you're just faced with this, I'm going to get in so much trouble for saying this basket of deplorables. Right. You've got, there is a certain point where you need to open your eyes and just say, it's like, yeah, this is not okay. And this is this, just because they've got their rhetoric in terms of saying what it's quote unquote actually about does not mean that you have to just shut your brain off when you take a look at the actual actions and what is actually being asked for. So essentially what happened was, it was the first invocation of what's called the Emergencies Act. And there's some kind of Canadian history to this, because the Prime Minister's dad, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, was the one to invoke the War Measures Act during sort of this, what's known as the FLQ crisis. So this was where a British ambassador and a Quebec provincial minister were kidnapped. One of them was killed. The Quebec minister was killed. And essentially, there's a, calling the War Measures Act the kind of the suspension of some civil liberties in order to bring an end to the crisis. Now, I happen to think that Pierre Elliott made the right call. But essentially, the War Measures Act was sort of scrapped and rebuilt as the Emergencies Act, and that protest represented the first time that particular act was used. And right now, there's the debate going on as to whether or not it was appropriate to call it, whether or not the police had the resources that they needed. But of course, one of the other factors I didn't talk about was actually the blocking of trade at a couple of key points between the Canadian and U.S. border. And again, I think the original sin on the occupation side of things was that the Ottawa police, this is where the protest thing becomes a little more difficult, because I think it's fair to say that the police reacted very differently to this protest than some of the others. That effectively, the trucks were sort of allowed to get into place and then sort of like put their air brakes on and just essentially, like, they were allowed to set up and not leave. And it's obviously quite a bit more difficult to pull out these, these trucks that are sort of set up and these fortifications that they put in place. The last thing I'll just say on this is that I know a few people who like to definitely talk about this as just being, principled and reasonable protest against an overreaching government. I think there is some value in seeing actually what it was like to be down there at the time. I didn't exactly go out of my way to look at it, but it does actually wind up crossing some places that I usually wind up going to. And then, you have the anecdotal stories, things like homeless shelters. There was this, essentially a group of people, essentially kind of coming in and rather aggressively demanding to be fed. Actually, sorry, I can't remember if it was homeless shelters, but anyways, charitable organizations, basically, this group of these protesters kind of coming in and aggressively demanding to be fed. And effectively, they were fed to get rid of them. But now that there are a number of the different court cases going on about this, we do also have Canadian judges being threatened by elements in here in response to, in response to the legal proceedings that are now going against the organizers. So, all I can sort of say on this is, like, you take a look at the actions. You can always say it's like, well, it's it's a it's some bad apples, that are ruining it for everyone. And I'm like, well, maybe, but how many of you really great and patriotic, Canadians are standing around seeing somebody piss on the tomb of the unknown soldier? Did nobody say that's not what this is about? Hey, stop that. I'm pretty sure if I, unzipped and let fly in the middle of a Canada Day celebration or in, a mall, there's actually a lot of places in Canada where that would not be tolerated, and probably people would stop me, physically stop me. But not that protest. So in any case, they threatened to come back. They've been pretty open in terms of saying that their intention is to set up basically like they did in February. One of the leading contenders for the opposition is actually going out and joining them. So, I rather suspect that this Canada Day is going to suck. So, but I'm hoping that gives. So again, I wanted to just start off by talking about the screw up from the Department of Transport, because the thing is that the origins of truckers moving on Ottawa isn't actually outrageous in response to that, right? You get a load you're going to haul, you find out the next day, oh, you can't actually do that because you chose not to be vaccinated. Yeah, I'm going to be annoyed. Yes, I suspect that people will legitimately protest over that. And again, they have a point. The government may not change its policy as a result, right? It's kind of like if you suddenly see $1,000 in your bank account and you're really happy about it, even though you have no idea where it came from, and it turns out that somebody else's money wound up deposited in yours by mistake, and the bank takes it out, and you're like, oh, but I already spent money thinking I had this windfall. That sucks, and yes, the bank screwed up, and probably the bank should maybe consider giving you some kind of compensation for the inconvenience, but I don't necessarily think they're obligated to do so. So, similarly with the government, mistakes do happen, and we do hold governments to account through the forms of elections in order to, to discipline them when they haven't been running well. I'll be honest with you, there is definitely a big management problem in Canada right now. Passports are really falling behind. There's generally a perception that the government is not doing a good job of just doing sort of the running things, right? So what I want to try and clarify here is that there are actually things that people are justifiably annoyed by. But having acknowledged that set of circumstances, I also think it's very fair to say that there is considerably more going on than, what the supporters of this thing would want you to believe. And again, I'm not going to turn around and say, the basket of deplorables comment was kind of chosen for a reason, right? I don't necessarily think you can effectively change people's minds, or I don't necessarily think you can engage in productive dialogue with someone if you immediately sort of write them off. I'll wait, if nothing else, if somebody wants to have the conversation, I'm like, well, do you feel that there should be a parallel power introduced, that is effectively the democratically elected government of Canada should be dismantled, and that the people who are currently occupying the capital and the governor general should form the new government? Chances are they'll say no. But then, you ask enough questions of that, and all of a sudden they don't really support the protest anymore. So either they're lying to you or they don't really know what the protest is going on. I find that is just generally a little more effective. But I did at least want to sort of give an indication. I didn't want to try and turn it into a bunch of mustache twisting villains. I do think there's something really nasty going on inside of it, and I'm actually kind of bothered that there's politicians who are making common cause. But I figured if I'm going to try and explain it when people are asking, I wanted to try and at least give some reasons in terms of why people were acting the way that they did. And for those of you who don't care about it, I apologize, because I know that was a long description. Hey, Olaf, how you doing? So what I'm going to do with the tech web. Tech web's kind of neat. You spend red artifacts to unlock nodes in the tech web. And there are a couple that are aligned with my overall goals. I know there was one for extended mining reach. Yeah, this one. Yeah, that's true. I just think that when the protest, is organized and undue effort is given to these people who have, very clear, racist views, ones that are definitely aligned with, essentially ideologies that aren't really all about the rule of law. um, I don't even necessarily think that's about messaging anymore. I think it's essentially the hijacking of a legitimate complaint and turning it into something else. Because like I said, I think there's a reason why this is coinciding with Canada Day celebrations. I think it's specifically to give that level of plausible deniability and say, oh, we're just here celebrating Canada Day. Look how many people showed up for us. And then, you kind of steal a couple of bases and and look at how many people here are mad at the government. And well, no, actually, they're here to listen to Deadmau5 or whatever. But you're not going to be able to poll the entire crowd. So, all right. The real thing I was going to rant about earlier was self-help books. I kind of want to write an article on that, but I want to write an article and not be a jerk about it. So one thing I could be doing to boost up the speed of research would be to extend this science lab, but one of the things I'm really focused on right now is trying... Whoa! Hammer time. Where is my... Okay, we'll turn on the medical pod. So we don't necessarily want to be in range of their turret, but we do want to take out their ship. So I think probably just hammering the... hammering the weapons is the right call here. I could try and go for the life support, but let's at least stop the... No, looks like they've got enough health to... Okay. We'll slightly adjust the approach then. So if nothing else, we'll just be able to take out a couple of crew members as we shoot. There we go. So now we can focus one on life support, and then this other one will shoot at the gunner. Well, one way or the other, that guy's toast. All right. So other change that was introduced some time ago is the fact that the oh, I love this name, the loquacious adder. Oh wow, I really wasn't thinking as far as power was concerned. What was going on there? Okay. I think probably I was going to claim these ruins for the power. But yeah, so, Ah, thank you, Immortal Velity. But yeah, so you don't need to blow up the ships anymore for to take them out. If you take out the crew, they'll automatically be destroyed. I'm waiting for 3 citizens. I'm also thinking, like, there can be some value in me activating some of these inert ruins, but I'm just trying to think what they really get me right now. Maybe the energy store. Actually, the energy storage makes sense, but let's clear the ruins first. Okay, I bought all my trucks, so either I want to get more spaceport storage or I want to take this up to another level. 90. I don't have that much left as far as isotopes are concerned. I may need to think a little bit about this one, but... Well, actually, so all these trucks aren't being used right now, so I'm not sure why I would think that upgrading this to number 4 is where I want to go. Again, I kind of neglected the inert ruins and the weirdness of setting up... Well, actually, sorry, one easy way for me to set up roads, I think I was going to sort of run through here, and then I could move the shipyards. So I don't have them right now, but... Well, let's, that's inconvenient. Well, I could do something like this. And what's nice is that I can still get them connected to the roadways. So yeah, maybe I'll put down 2 shipyards here, and we'll dismantle the old one. Yeah, that's basically where it's going. I think I was kind of havering on where I wanted the shipyard to go, but going sideways, I think makes the most sense, because it still allows me to put my roadway through. And yeah, so that's the reason why I was going for that mine range. Unfortunately, I still think we're shy of where we need to be. So I was kind of hoping that maybe we'd be able to get away with something like this, but that's obviously not going to work. Although, what's going on here? Oh, right, it's already looking at the... Okay. But yeah, so either an extension of 2 here, or building a road out to here would be how I get my isotope. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna have to work the tiles that I have. Okay, Factory 2, I expect we're going to be cleaning up waste for a while. It is a little troubling that I've dedicated so much, like, so clearly it's just it's the waste transport that's the weak link here. We've got someone dedicated to cleaning waste and supplying the smokestack, but it's just not enough in terms of, in terms of getting everything done. So again, that's why I want to get my workers up. Okay, we can get that pylon down now. Pylon, we only need 2. The other big thing that I'm looking to get done is we had paused the production of Tier 3 minerals, I believe. Oh, that's a shame. That was a worker just sitting there unused for a really long time. But clearly we're now behind on Tier 3 minerals, so generally I just want more of everything, but we can at least get a meaningful start by getting these people up in just building the stuff that I want them to build. This one, you mean? Yeah, that's it's just a side effect of production, unfortunately. One of the practical problems, like, so there's 11 free workers, but it's worth like taking a look at what they're currently worried about, which is processing. So like 7 of the 11 are focused on generating resources. I suppose one thing I could do is, yeah, I guess I don't really need move resources on quite the same priority. So let's maybe move cleanup up. Yeah, Zethane. And that might give us a little bit of a shift where we want to go as far as the overall priorities are concerned. First thing I want to do with the shipyard, so I want to build the first one and dismantle the other, and then the second one is a nice to have, but it's not sort of a hair on fire kind of an upgrade. I might probably build the second mine before I do anything else. I really do like how the extra Zethane emissions show up in the highways. Okay, now in terms of topics that I wanted to talk about that were related to Industries of Titan, there is one thing that I actually think is kind of like I haven't quite got a good way of formulating sort of what I was thinking about, but to me it's still an interesting idea, so I'm gonna do my best with what I've got. And it's the idea of like who's successful on Titan and what type of person gets attracted to Titan. So you've got that really wonderful opening cinematic. You've got someone who's sort of given this vision of what Titan looks like, and then you have the reality of it, which is very different. You've got a lot of statements being made in terms of, you know, the type of person who succeeds on Titan and what you need to have. But what I think is kind of interesting here is when I think of the type of life on Titan, right? So like in one sense you can just sort of say, you can take the one note critique, right? So like Cyberpunk obviously is not exactly aspiration. Well, I kind of it. Okay, so like there's a weird thing in terms of how we play games. Like, you can. This is not an original observation by any means, but like, you can kind of take a look at the different ways that people or developers sort of react to the idea of like a post-apocalyptic society. So like some games, you know, it's the end of the world and it's just this wonderful theme park where you can finally like do everything you really wanted to do. And like normally these kinds of people are like the bad guys in some of the source material. So what I'm particularly thinking of is, I'm not gonna say the ending on the odd chance you haven't seen it, but for those of you that have seen the original Night of the Living Dead, like the George Romero movie, which is in black and white, I don't think it would be unreasonable to say that you actually kind of play that last group of people who are sort of like interviewed at the end and are sort of like quote unquote cleaning up the zombies. I think it's fair to say that there's a lot of post-apocalyptic games where you wind up playing those guys. Maybe not explicitly, it may not even necessarily be the intention of the game, but it really does feel like that's kind of what you wind up becoming. And at the very least, that's where the appeal of playing the game comes from. And that's obviously very different from, some of the origins. I mean, like, first of all, Cyberpunk's a super old idea now, right? Like, that really famous opening line for Neuromancer, the sky above the spaceport was the color of a television tuned to a dead channel. Like, I'm pretty sure for my lifetime, the color of a television tuned to a dead channel is this, like, big, bright blue. But that's not what William Gibson is trying to communicate by that, that opening line. Obviously, it's supposed to be like the old staticky... Well, maybe. I mean, it could be. I know, like, Gibson's, like, inspirations are, like, William S. Burroughs and stuff like that. So it could be it's not even concerning itself with the salt and pepper war that you see. I guess you'd see that on, like, the HBO logo for a while. So, like, it's, again, I don't want to try and suggest that I've never seen, the type of broadcast that he's referring to, but, like, clearly our technology has changed, and so that line means something different in its literal interpretation. And there are mappings that you can do from some of the original concern. Oh, funny you mentioned that. You just started listening to the book again on Audible, and it is not supposed to be static. It's supposed to be from a 60s TV with that gray nothingness. Ah, interesting. The forward specifically says that it's a black and white CRT. That's really cool. So I'm glad you pointed it out, because I have actually heard from someone that it's not even referring to the static, but I wasn't... Like, the thing is, I just don't know enough about the CRT tech to say what other thing it's referring to. So with the idea of the gray nothingness, like, you're talking about that, like, backing on the glass. So, like, effectively the TV could have been off, and we're talking about that same gray. Either way, I mean, like, I suppose I could at least put that, like, if it's referring to the static, that's at least kind of presenting the image that's a little bit more consistent with what I think Gibson's intent is, as opposed to now where you just have this wonderful blue. Until a few hours ago, you always assumed it was a static reference. Yeah. So the thing is that I kind of knew that what I was saying was inaccurate, but I couldn't actually, like, articulate where it went wrong. So I actually really appreciate you bringing that up. So now I can actually correct it. I do have, like, an anniversary edition of it, but I don't believe I have an anniversary edition that refers specifically to the television. Static is really cool too. It's this background radiation of the universe converted into an image. I don't know. I like the blurry. Are you talking about this thing or static? Anyways, so all that I'm really trying to establish here, right, is the concerns of Neuromancer are ones that do have analogies to the modern day. So, if you replace Japan with China, I think you kind of have a similar sort of fear in terms of a loss of sort of an economic competitiveness. But, I guess, the worries about globalization and sort of having this ideal of a character who, like, I mean, if you just think about the sort of things that writers are probably going to be a little bit more preoccupied with, right, is that you have, a number of people who are living in this very precarious existence as sort of these corporate wage slaves, right, ticking boxes, punching the clock, enjoying a certain degree of comfort. Some of you familiar with me from Culta Simulator may understand why I'm interested in these themes, but not really doing more than just existing, right? The sort of life where you sit down in front of the TV, like, you work your 7.5 hours, you sit down in front of the TV, repeat until you're dead, basically. And the I don't know, the ideal, at the very least, the kinds of people who are really interesting in this world are sort of the hackers, right? These people who go and live in like an actual manifestation of the world of ideas, cyberspace. And more importantly, they are bending those ideas to their will, and that they may not be appreciated by that society. They may even be criminals, but they ultimately are. It's not really hard to see how a character like this would be interesting to a writer, whereas perhaps you and I, if we're honest about it, would probably actually live quite comfortably as a corporate wage slave. I know nobody wants to think of themselves that way, so I'm not going to like audit chat to say it's like, how do you really think you'd be the hacker in these kinds of stories? But the truth of it is, right, like the number of times any of us have, and I say this as somebody who's done it, right, who have worked a job that they don't particularly like, but they've done so to either maintain a family or to keep a roof over their head, or any of these perfectly reasonable requests. You don't really need to do that. You don't need to have that much of an imagination to maybe understand that you may not be the hacker character in the cyberpunk story. And in the end, like, it kind of comes down to the question. I mean, like, the reason why I think it's actually kind of okay to, like, I guess the biggest thing is, like, I don't necessarily think there's a certain idealism and there's a certain romanticism about wanting to be the rebel. But, I mean, from a very practical point of view, right, like, Galileo did recant in the face of the Inquisition, right? I know there's the anecdote of, like, and yet it moves and all of that. I am near certain he did not actually say that. And, like, when it comes down to it, he taught the debate, right? The dialogue concerning two world systems is basically kind of the thing that you will hear about some forms of creationism, right? That instead of teaching evolution, you put that beside creationism, and you teach the dispute as opposed to teaching one system over another one. Well, I suppose you can sort of say that dialogue concerning two worlds. I mean, again, like, I realize I'm probably doing some violence to history of science here, and that some experts might have an issue with that characterization. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, he is writing to his audience as a kind of in the context of his time. And, in his case, he did not necessarily feel that his intellectual achievements were something worth dying over. And I'm not entirely sure we're in a position to criticize him about that. Especially, too, because, of course, history sort of resolved the issue, right? Like, very few of us have this view of the world that the earth is sort of the center of everything. So, again, like, I just want to be kind of clear, right? It's like, I'm not trying to, like, shame anyone for wanting a comfortable existence, but it's just one of these things, right? Where when you take a look at the ideals of cyberpunk and when you take a look at what it's about, especially when it comes to issues of globalism, among others, it's kind of striking sometimes in terms of how little has sort of changed in terms of some of those preoccupations. Maybe some of the labels have moved around and a lot of the tech has changed. But a lot of preoccupations of cyberpunk do kind of still seem to be very, kind of seem to be kind of contemporary concerns in some ways. At the very least, you don't need to change a whole lot to make them relevant. But it is also true, right, that a lot of the stuff that we might consider to be, like, at the very least at the time, would be quote unquote bad things, or you have some kind of a critique being presented. It's not necessarily how people are going to pick it up, for the same reason that post-apocalypse is now, for a certain type of audience, has become a theme park where you really get to do, this libertarian paradise where you finally get to, prove that you are John Galt or something. you know, I'm still trying to decide whether or not I want to activate this because I think it's going to compete with the fuel turbine for pollution, but storing fuel is really good. I would like to put my highway in between, though. I don't know. I'll set that aside and worry about it a little bit later. But anyways, where I was going with this, right, is like, so to a certain extent, right, when you're running this city, right, when you're building your dystopia, you know, in this case, you're kind of taking the role of the bad guy in most of these stories. And you are making the decision, right? You're effectively, I mean, it's one of the things that Alexa said. Let's see if we can maybe get some of her... Well, this is a meeting. Maybe I should just run through a few of these. And anyways, there is a point where Alexa actually communicates how uncomfortable she is with the idea of producing workers. No, employees. That she understands the necessity of it, but she still has a big problem with this practice. That, you know, it feels wrong to make people not fun, I think is the line. So in any case, I'm sort of thinking one of the things I like thinking about, particularly from the introduction of Industries of Titan, is sort of the type of person who Titan attracts. And I think to a certain extent, it's almost, you can kind of think of the game to a certain extent, or at least the people that Titan attracts. It can almost become this question of like, what if you were a really smart person or really talented artist, but you were born in like Florence during the Renaissance, right? So that in another age, you would have been, you know, the greatest painter or the greatest architect or the greatest sculptor of your generation. But you happen to be born in the generation that produced like all the Ninja Turtles. Or, you know, so for those of you, especially for Edgermarian, I don't know if you're a fan of Neil Stephenson, but if you like Neuromancer, you may enjoy Snow Crash, which is a very 90s take on cyberpunk, but I still think a really good one. And again, that's for any of you who like cyberpunk. I think Snow Crash is a heck of a ride. But one of his follow-up books, you can kind of think of it as a prequel to Cryptonomicon. One of the characters in it is Daniel Waterhouse. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you didn't, then I've just completely undermined my hope to become a chooser of good books. Yeah, so I hear... I think he's actually talked about this in a couple of interviews, that apparently there's sort of this meme of Stevenson can't write endings. And like, I always keep thinking about the ending to Snow Crash, which has like a minigun and a ship and like it's a bit of a I don't know, it's a bit of a fireworks show. Like I'm not entirely sure I'd follow on it, but I don't think I've ever heard somebody say that I really loved the ending to Cryptonomicon. But I don't know, like, I thought Snow Crash ended well. I actually also quite like the ending for the Broke Cycle. But I don't know, like it's a tough one. And I know I'm never gonna be able to push against the tide of Stevenson can't write endings. It's, you know, I just kind of need to reflect on my own experience of the books, and ones that I thought have worked and other ones that I maybe thought you know, I'll have my own opinions on what I thought worked and what didn't. But as a whole, I like recommending Snow Crash. Johnny Big Time, who occasionally visits, I think as a whole enjoyed it, but found it difficult to get through. So I may have maybe a little bit more of a tolerance for long books with lots of digressions, much like my stream, than maybe I appreciate a broader audience does. But I still like recommending it. Have I read Demon by Daniel Suarez? I have not, but I very cleverly made sure I had my pen in range, so I'm gonna write that down if I can find. Yes, alongside Star Sector, which I found out is not on Steam. Great, thank you for those. Yeah, I'm actually looking to read more fiction. So I don't know when I'll get around to it. I'm actually trying to start with more short stories. So I've got a book of H.G. Wells short stories that someone gave me as a gift when I left town to go to school. I'm ashamed to admit I've never read any of Dostoevsky's short stories, so I've got that on the list. There's a nice collection of Philip K. Dick stories. They called it "We Can Remember It For You Wholesale" because obviously, selling it's a better sales pitch to say the story that inspired Total Recall rather than just, prominent author, which is a great short story by Philip K. Dick, but yeah, it's I don't know. There's something about short. I think it's also because I have it. You've noticed I've started a few topics, but I haven't necessarily closed them off, and I tend to ramble a lot. This definitely follows through in my writing. I am trying to learn how to do short stuff a little bit better, even though I don't write fiction. I feel like there's a lot that can be learned from reading how people can sort of establish a setting and characters and desires. And resolve them in a short form. And for what it's worth, I actually have kind of the same problem. And to a certain extent, I can also get quite distracted. Now, Audible is really good, particularly so. My first exposure to the Baroque cycle was actually through the Audible Frontiers recording of it, and the quality of reading that they have for it is just outstanding. It's really like listening to a radio play almost. But if it helps, so the first thing is that I think there is some value in just taking a second and saying well, should we aspire to reading and not doing the audiobook? I feel so bad that I'm destroying this ruin, but I think it's for the best. Actually, yeah, no, it's right beside the crack. There's no way I'm gonna want to activate that. So I guess I'd put it to you this: there's, to a certain extent, I would say it is desirable to want to read more books, because there's only a finite amount of time, and we'll never, even in a modestly sized library, I think. We're probably not going to be able to read all of the books that are available to us. So in the interest of getting more of these isotopes processed, I am going to upgrade the transport hub. And so with that in mind, right, the ability to have access to more knowledge on it, I think on its own is a really good thing, and probably as good of a justification as any for for doing something that will allow you to read more. But on the other hand, for me, I kind of thought for my what's the classic difference between daemon and demon spelt D-A-E-M-O-N? Because they always use daemon for hostile programs, and I'm not sure why. You only know the technical difference. Yeah, so Edgemarian has it. I believe that is what the author is intending by that title as well. But when you played the game, you wanted to destroy all the ruins? Definitely not. I'll explain that in a second, Jetpack. But yeah, no, he's... now, in terms of spelling with D-A-E, so I've always heard the computer term with A-E as a... I've never seen D-E-M-O-N in reference to the script. I may be wrong on that. There might be someone who has written it that way, but I'm pretty sure the standard for computing is AE. Excuse me. But in terms of writing, I suspect probably the difference for AE when referring to the spirit or the entity or whatever. I suspect in that particular case, the difference is just how old the thing you're reading is. Because I can't remember when standardized English spelling became a thing, but it definitely took a while. If you read like Samuel Pepys's diaries, there's some very creative spelling, which is just, or Jonathan Swift for that matter. I mean, well, they're kind of contemporaries, so I guess that's not the best example, but yeah, as far as like when referring to the supernatural, I think it's just a difference of spelling, but it's referring to the same thing. But in a technical sense, if you're reading any science fiction, I suspect it is at minimum referring to a program, and it is probably deliberately relying on the double entendre. Yeah, well, I mean, Socrates in the Apology refers to his, I think the spelling is daimon, Daimon, or possibly daemon, which is very different from, I'm going to give you, tremendous power if only you sign this contract. But I think it would be fair to say, with a contemporary audience, if you referred to a demon, they're probably not going to be thinking about Socrates, sort of his hunches or his lodestar, his guidance. I'm not really quite sure what the right comparison would be, but no, you're absolutely right. Like it is very, very old origins, and you kind of need to understand the context in which it's being presented. But what Edgemarion is referring to is almost certainly a computer program. Although, again, with the caveat that it is also probably relying on the multiple meaning. Yeah, but it's like the best example for people thinking of like the cloven hooves and the pitchforks and all of that. Okay, so we've got an extra range on our mine. I'm not sure that's going to change exactly what we need, but an industrial fan is definitely something I want to consider soon. Employee limit would be good. How much surplus are we generating? 3,000? Yeah, I think we can probably afford that. So yeah, given the fact that we're really struggling for workers, let's go for the HQ HR upgrade. That's going to take 40 minutes for research. So this also suggests to me I should expand my science lab. And now that we've got the extra length for the mines, so yeah, we're still one away for the I have a feeling we're still probably going to wind up... Actually, there's a small chance we may wind up being able to take out these ruins. But yeah, so Jetpack, you were asking about the inert ruins. And again, I'll try and get back to some of the ideas in terms of the people who wind up on Titan. basically you have what are now inert ruins. So every once in a while you'll get a miserable ruin where you just have to spend resources to get rid of the negative. But one thing that's kind of interesting about the map generation now is that there are inert ruins. So you can spend influence to claim the inert ruins, just like anything else. But they will have 3 options rather than 2. So you can always buzz down ruin for its resources, which will be either minerals, isotopes, and or waste. Waste obviously is not a resource per se, but it's I'm gonna change that target. Oop. So we do want to get the highway built to the danger zone, the minerals patch, as soon as possible. But yeah, so you always have your old options available to you. You can claim it for minerals and or waste and or isotopes. You can claim it for artifacts. And if it's an inert ruin, you can also spend red artifacts to... I believe they've also gotten rid of the other types of artifacts. I believe it is now just artifacts. You can use it for sort of a special type of building. In fact, I believe there's a codex entry explaining in the context of the story. Unactivated inert ruin. These strange ruins are unlike any others in that they contain ancient technology that an enterprising founder might be able to harness. Scientists are still studying the civilization that made its home in the stars, but perhaps these ruins will be able to tell us something if we know where to look. So in this particular case, you've got... this inert ruin, for instance, I could spend 30 influence in order to claim it. And then I would spend 4 artifacts to kind of discover the way to turn this technology on, for lack of a better term. And what it will do is it will generate extra zethane. Now this is maybe, I mean, it's borderline what I might want to do. So there is the crevice here. So if I set up sort of a fuel turbine here or here, I can definitely see me getting something out of this inert ruin. In fact, the more I think of it, the more this is probably something I want to do. But I can actually show you a few that I've upgraded already. So in this case, we've got the advanced filter. So in this case, it absorbs both pollution and zethane. Now, what's nice about this is that this is right beside my smokestack. So hopefully we're not going to have too much of the pollution sort of float over and take out our, our population. Another one that I've got here is an activated relay. So in this case, I didn't actually need to build my first relay. I've clearly built others because I've expanded out my my city corp. But by spending the artifacts, I was able to activate the relay. More importantly, one of my my victory conditions. So if I actually just need to complete one of these, but I believe you get bragging rights if you do more than one. In this case, if I maintain 20 activated inert ruins, I actually satisfy one of the political powerhouse goals. So in addition to it being something that has utility for you as a founder, you also you're able to use them for some victory conditions. In fact, we have all of them available here. So destroy 4 rebel HQs is probably something I was going to do already. I do kind of like locking in the irrevocable wins if I can. Actually, 5 rebel HQs, so we double up our goals that way. So definitely lots of rebel fighting. I can definitely also see 900 citizens for local leader, but in fact, if we do local leader and ad farmer here. So that'll cover us for 2. So we'll have 2 of political powerhouse. We'll have 2 for enterprising employer. We will have 1 for martial mastery. And then maybe what I would want to do is just see how close I am to landowner and territorial. when the time comes. But yeah, so to answer your question, it is one of the interesting things about how the new system works with the inert ruins is that if you want, you can definitely create these nice big square city corps where you just kind of, you work with, you have a plan, and none of these stupid, none of these stupid ruins are going to get in the way of you realizing your great vision. I really should build a storage facility for the isotopes. It's getting a little... Well, actually, let's just make... we'll just make this a temporary storage facility. It's hurting my production to not activate them. But yeah, so if you want, you can effectively ignore the existence of inert ruins. But in this case, I would say it's probably more helpful to your playthrough if you take advantage of them. Now, I did say I was going to try and build a better science lab, so let's start... Nope, I don't have the minerals for it. Fair enough. Okay, we are going to have some rebel attacks coming up. I probably want to turn on the shipyard sooner rather than later, but we are actually a bit short on energy. The reason why I haven't built a power generator yet is I am trying to minimize the number of employees that I'm using up. At least until we can achieve a couple of goals. But yeah, so let's see if I can actually... Okay, yeah, I've already upgraded that plant as far as it can go. Trying to think if there was a clever way that I can try and get more of the energy plants inside here, but I don't think... Yeah, if I move this one, just one back, it actually really helps me out. I don't know. I'll think about it. Yeah, so I think again, for this game, I really like the opening cinematic, because I think it does such a good job of sort of establishing the tone and the themes of this game. And I think one of the things, like, I do to a certain extent find the Landfallers really admirable characters, right? So it does kind of talk about how it's a very hyper-capitalist society. It talks about how, Titan's a little bit of a gold rush. I mean, one of the things that you could say, if you want like a real world analogy, you could sort of say people's responses to crypto mining, right? Clearly there are people who made quite a bit of money on this. And of course, I suppose, in the interest of fairness, history goes on for a long time, and who knows, maybe there will be this great renaissance of crypto. But it's also fair to say that there's a lot of people who are experiencing a considerable amount of economic pain as a result of moving into that space. Now, it's actually quite good that we have people who are willing to take certain risks, right? We wouldn't have entrepreneurship. Essentially, something like Industries of Titan wouldn't exist without that kind of input or impulse, because obviously somebody needed to say, that person being Ryan Clark in this case, saying is like, you know what, I want to go out on my own and I want to make games. And, in addition to collaborators, that first game was Crypto the Necrodancer, and it was successful enough to be able to make Brace Yourself an ongoing thing. And I have a feeling that a lot of the people who work at Brace Yourself, let's face it, it's a really talented group of people. So I'm going to guess that, a Vancouver indie studio was not their only job option. And so, again, to a certain extent, you need to say it's like, I have some other things that I aspire to or I have as an ideal. And, it's not always necessarily just going to be The largest paycheck I can get. I mean, I don't know what the pay for Brace Yourself is. Like maybe they are, well known for being the highest paying, company in the indie space. But I'm just generally going to assume that people's motives for going into independent game development is not to get rich quick. So clearly here we've got, we have some rather admirable impulses that are on display, even when it comes to something like crypto, where you have people who are willing to take something. Crypto Necrodancer is a different title. Sure, it's still good. It's still, and like that was not a game that necessarily had guaranteed success. I mean, there is of course the story of someone at, I think, PAX throwing their wallet at Ryan Clark, demanding that he take his money right away. So I mean, usually if that's happening, you've probably got a good indicator that the game's going to be successful. But I don't know. Like at the start of the game, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what the team was thinking, right, in terms of whether or not it would be a success. So, I mean, again, like in one sense, we've got an impulse that we want to sort of be able to nurture and support because that's an engine of progress. On the other hand, it's obviously something that can be exploited. It's something that can lead people to behave. I mean, there's so many very famous cognitive biases that are driven. It occurred to me that I'm going to need to assign someone to empty the mines because this thing's not making progress. This is a very well researched problem. Some of the things that would make people willing to undertake these ventures also potentially are are going to fall prey to other problems. I suppose the one difference I can say here is that some of the argument for a lot of the crypto stuff is making money because you have money, right? You already have money. If you put your money into this thing, that money is going to go up and you don't necessarily need to work very hard for it. So that maybe I have a little bit less sympathy for. But one way or the other, right? Like there's a really long period of time where, someone like me where I'm like, well, I'm not entirely sure what the value of this thing is. I kind of feel like it should be zero. And the number keeps going up and up and up. And, I'm into tech and I have, lots. I mean, it's a bunch of my coworkers who are really into this. Some of my classmates were really into this. So I'm like, well, maybe I'm missing something. Like maybe this really is everything they're claiming. I'm trying to think whether or not I want to try and get another batch of employees here, because it's obviously going to take us longer than expected to start building the... I think I'm going to see what my science options are first. But, needless to say, right, it's easy for us to take a look at the landfallers and just say, well, they're a bunch of greedy people. On the other hand, we kind of come back to this question. It was like, what if you're... Oh, yeah, sorry, I was talking about Cryptonomicon. So, like, one of the characters in it is Daniel Waterhouse. And Daniel Waterhouse is... to all signs, he's Isaac Newton's roommate, basically. And to all signs, he's actually a very capable scientist or natural philosopher in the kind of the terms for that time. And but he's someone who lives in an age of like Huygens and Leibniz and and Newton, right? And Hook, like, again, like, there's a reason why that's such an interesting book, right? It's just a period of time in which there are these really amazing figures doing some really crazy things. Isaac Barrow, who had done a very frequently used translation of Euclid's Elements, mathematics professor at Cambridge, I believe, the mathematics professor for Newton. I mean, he was on a ship which was boarded by pirates, and like all of the other able-bodied men, went up on the upper decks and fought them off. Like, how many of your math profs have fought pirates on the high seas, right? This is really good stuff for books material. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about Audible too. Sorry. So I'll try and, while we wait for the rebels to arrive, I'll try and cover some of this. So there's something very interesting about that kind of a character, right? And to a certain extent, on Titan, you have this tremendous opportunity that's been presented. And you have an organization like the Council exploiting it. Again, my belief is that essentially the City Corps are a mechanism through which the Council is able to part with something that they don't necessarily value as much. Again, I'm talking about relative terms. So like, they've got, if any of you seen Chinatown, it's like, how much more do you need? How much better can you eat? And his answer is like, what else can you get? It's like, the future, Mr. Getz, the future. In this case here, if you're a short-sighted founder and you don't really realize the value of the thing that you're holding, you're going to be willing to part with a bunch of artifacts in order to get money, probably because you've come from a background that maybe makes you value that money quite a bit more. And so, one way or the other, Titan is a place for opportunity, right? It could be like going to China and starting a company, right? So, someone gifted me an Anker portable battery pack for my phone because it's pretty old now and it's having trouble keeping a charge. And so, that company, it's absolutely one of those ones where somebody saw an opportunity and founded the company there, and as a result, was able to do quite well for themselves. I think a lot of people have a lot of Anker products as a result of that. And that opportunity doesn't necessarily exist at all times in all places of the world. Okay. Yeah, we're a little more efficient at research, so that's going to take us 11 minutes to complete the expansion for employees. So again, whether it's the gold rush, whether it's other forms of opportunity, you can even say in terms of asset classes, right? So for a very long time, venture capital was real estate, I guess would be another example. You can tell a really interesting story about talking about real estate sort of being this area in which a lot of people put a lot of money expecting a quick return. And when that fell apart, some of that money was transitioned into venture capital. Now, venture capitalists can be very, very good at what they do. If you're in the upper quartiles of performance, that's really, truly amazing, right? Because essentially you're getting like the next Google. And again, the whole idea, of course, is that you're accepting a very, very high failure rate, but identifying the right one, even with very, very small odds, it is more than covering the losses. To a certain extent, that was kind of how movies got done, that there was a certain number of movies that would just statistically not make their money back, but having a hit would sort of make that irrelevant. And then, of course, these are also sort of long... I feel like movies are longer-tailed industries, particularly now that there's, various forms of video on demand. Once upon a time, it was videotapes, DVD, Blu-ray, and, of course, now streaming and downloadable films. So, of course, your back catalog is worth quite a bit more now, which maybe wouldn't necessarily have been the case under other forms of Hollywood. But it's also fair to say that at a certain point, the money, like, so if you think of a company like Theranos, it's a really interesting example because the venture capital people didn't invest in that much in Theranos. Now, in fairness, they did invest in like WeWork, so it's not like they're immune from bad decisions. But in the case of Theranos, it actually feels like that model worked reasonably well. But what you did have was a bunch of people trying to get into this really desirable asset class where people saw a lot of money being made. And so that's where you see, I think it was Murdoch, the Waltons, certainly a lot of very high-profile political figures, James Mattis, George Shultz, serving on the board, David Boies, the guy who basically made Bill Gates cry in the Microsoft deposition. Actually, it was George. I don't know how many of you know about Theranos. If you're interested I feel like there's a bunch of readers in chat. If you want a really good book about this, John Carreyrou, who is the journalist who sort of is probably the one to really kind of crack open the case on Theranos. He's written a book about it called Bad Blood, and there is a documentary by Alex Gibney, which is not bad, but I actually like the book more because it's a book. You can kind of wrestle with it and interrogate it. You can read it on your own. Yeah, I believe they're also making a fictionalized account of it as well. I suspect there's actually more than one. Oh yeah, sorry. The Alex Gibney one's not called Bad Blood. I believe it's called The Inventor. But yeah, I actually think there's more than one Theranos story now that I think of it. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. I should watch it. There's also I really like Mike Isaac's book, Super Pumped. And I was really interested that I think it's Brian Kopelman and David Levin. I know Kopelman at least did like Rounders. They're probably better known for Billions. So they were doing an adaptation of they're doing an adaptation of Super Pumped, and I saw the first season. I wanted to like it more than I did. Not the first season. Sorry, I saw the first episode. I wanted to like it more than I did. I'll maybe give it, another shot because I did like the book. Mike Isaac's technology reporter for the New York Times. But I don't know. Like it's there's plenty of like good there's good talent behind it, but it just didn't really speak to me the same way that the book did. So. But where I was just trying to go with this was that, right, there's an interesting story that you can tell in terms of the shift of money. And I think, at the big, at the high level, you've got something like Theranos. But I also think you can see this applying to smaller investors in the form of SPACs. Damian Lewis. That's really interesting, by the way, that you think Damian Lewis is the lead, because I thought Paul Giamatti was the lead. So yeah, you're more in line with the filthy billionaires, those 1%. Well, I guess Paul Giamatti's character is kind of like a 1%er. He's certainly got a big inheritance waiting for him. So. Oh god, there's so much character revealed by who you think the main character of Billions is. Yeah, I am told that the most recent series or the most recent season is not as oh god, no, like Damian Lewis is amazing in both Band of Brothers and that. So I think I hope that it is somewhere in the show Bible that basically is it Dick Winters is the guy's name? That basically he dies and is reincarnated as a hedge fund billionaire in rewards for his great valor in World War II. This I choose to believe is the canon of Billions. he's allowed to be reincarnated as Bobby Axelrod, both as a story of how power corrupts, but also in terms of karmic justice to grant him worldly wealth in exchange for his valor. Also, he likes Metallica, which I'm not quite sure how it relates to Band of Brothers. Sorry, I realize we're all just sitting around waiting to watch things happen in Industries of Titan. I'm a little reluctant to fast forward just because we're getting close to the Rebel threat. And in this case, I'm actually just sort of waiting for a few things to develop. Although one thing I can do is maybe clear out a little bit more space near the mine and such. Not in Band of Brothers, but just the idea that his reincarnated self is corrupted by the wealth and power that running his hedge fund is. So like this is just my incredibly absurd interpretation of the reincarnation of Dick Winters as a hedge fund billionaire, and that even such an admirable man falls to the temptations of money and power. It's certainly I think Band of Brothers would be a very, very different show. But anyway, sorry, I should get back on topic here, because what I'm really just trying to talk. So I mean, again, there's some real world stuff that you can apply, but it's kind of interesting, right? Just to see sort of where you can almost sort of see this story, right? You've got the .com bubble money, or at least the .com sort of leading to a shift into real estate. And that sort of gets spit up. And again, like, the first movers on this are probably making the right call, right? Like, also, the people who first invested in WeWork probably made quite a bit of money, probably did very well for themselves. People who invested later, not so much. But to then move and you can almost kind of see this story of, like, you know, the .com money, then moving to real estate, then moving to sort of venture and SPACs. And I don't think you can make the argument that it kind of winds up in crypto, but maybe it does as well. And again, to a certain extent, like, maybe there's an Earth 2 somewhere where it actually becomes viable, where the value is actually realized. I'm maybe not so convinced by that, but I mean, what do I know, right? But I guess what I'm really belaboring the point here in terms of the fact that the Landfallers actually possess qualities that we associate with success, that we associate with human progress. It's really easy to hate on a lot of Silicon Valley stuff, and I do actually think they should be held to account for some of the effects of their products. And honestly, I think one of the better ways of that is just simply regulation, right? Maybe don't try to cut off a source of innovation, but when a company gets large enough that it is effectively a monopoly, well, that's why we have antitrust law. If there are sort of negative externalities as a result of a particular business, of a particular activity, we do have sort of a playbook in place to be able to handle that sort of stuff. So with that in mind, right, it's sort of, I think if you like work in creative fields, or if you, if you have a particular set of political sensibilities, it's really easy to hate on the Landfaller grind set, right? I think to a certain extent, there can be a bit of a litmus test in terms of whether or not you think the Landfallers are a good people or not. Yay, I've got my 10 extra employees. That's going to help. Let's find something to research. So we've got access to council tickets. We've got... Oh, I do eventually want to try the Gatling gun. The fan, new ship. Command center range is kind of tempting, actually. I'm gonna go for the council trade. Ah, oh, darn it! I was really hoping we could find another way around to get to the extra sensitive scanners. Okay. Well, with that in mind, I'm just going to find a few more paths I want to go down. Definitely want to make more money off of the... Oh, actually, research efficiency would have been good. I'll take the heron. So I think that's as far as I can go without researching some of this stuff. But yeah, so I mean, like, I can definitely see why some people would be uncomfortable with the existence of a group like the Landfallers. But at least for me, I don't find it. I don't find them like an unbelievable corruption on Titan. You know, I think they possess I think they possess qualities that in certain circumstances we would find admirable, let's say. But there is the issue here, right? So you've got a bunch of people who are willing to take a risk, who are willing to go to Titan, and to a certain extent, this is grist for the mill. That basically these people are being exploited, that they're, you know, they are the people buying at the peak of the bubble, that they are giving up their labor, which could otherwise be employed towards something more useful, and ultimately, in the name of, you know, kind of achieving riches on Titan, they essentially kind of wind up sacrificing a lot of that talent in service to the council. And they're ultimately never going to realize any of their ambitions, which is obviously a really kind of depressing thought. I mean, there's going to be a bunch... Like, the thing that interests me the most about the Landfallers, let's say, is that you have people who are ambitious and talented enough to go to a foreign planet. Well, they're all foreign planet, but well, I guess in this case to go to moon, but go off-world to work in very harsh conditions to try and get sort of just this massive payoff as kind of compensation, right? The high risk, the high reward sort of trade-off. But the consequence for either being unlucky or not being the best, or just otherwise not satisfying the dynamics of Titan, is that all of that ambition, all of those wants, all of your joy is sort of pulled out of you in the conversion process, and instead you become, you know, someone who picks up heavy things and puts it down 24 hours a day, or however long a cycle on Titan is. Until sort of your contract's done. Actually, so I believe there's a description in terms of what the life of an employee is like. Let's see if we can find it. We've got the conversion capsule. Converting citizens into low-wage, always obedient employees is an unpleasant business. So thank goodness for conversion capsules, which do the dirty work for you. And you can even get your new employees to empty the waste produced in the process. Yeah, kind of. And then there was the building. I think had a little bit more on it. The conversion capsules are handy, but they are limited in how many employees you can convert at any one time. With the conversion center, you can convert much more efficiently. There was definitely, I think there was something about the idea that there was a certain period of time that you would serve out as an employee, and that there was a very low rate of people actually getting to the end of the. Oh, here we go. Conversion. A process that turns citizens into efficient and useful employees. There are some side effects, and not everyone is on board with the conversion, but they usually change their minds after they've been through it themselves. The council assures all who question the ethical problems posed by the process are greatly exaggerated. Okay, that didn't quite cover what I wanted. I'll have to find it. Maybe there would be. Hey, Buddy and Jungus. Maybe it'd be better if I just do a lore deep dive. But I don't know. Like, there's just something really interesting about this, right? Which is you can take, like, to one extent, you can sort of say that the project on Titan is a truly remarkable accomplishment, that you're able to concentrate so many really, like, talented, sort of high quality workers in one place towards a towards a goal like this. And yet and yet you can also consider it to be such a tremendous waste that
working for the council is the same as being the council. Will destroy you.
The consequence or the fate of some of those employees is to be put towards the type of work that you would never want to put your most ambitious employee towards, right? Like, it just also, like, to a certain extent, like, there's something really impressive about what's built on Titan, while at the same time representing just this tremendous waste. Which I find kind of interesting. And again, it's why I find the Landfallers as a group as a whole to be really interesting. Because, again, to a certain extent, I think if we're honest with ourselves, we can sort of see a few reflections of our own ideals. I think, ideally, it's good to have ambition. It's good to want things. And, it's really clear that this is a super unequal society. I think it's also sort of fair to say, I actually, after hearing from Maddie regarding the animation, I don't think this was something that she had mentioned. I believe we just lost. Yeah. Why did we lose them, though? I think I just got unlucky. But I'm definitely going to turn this thing back on. Okay, and I was not paying attention to the other threats, so we need to go after the later rail. Also, I didn't turn on my defense turrets like an idiot. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to direct the ship towards the... No, it's still tickling the edge, so I gotta pull them in a little bit closer. Nope, never mind. All right, so this is going to do some pretty catastrophic damage to us. What we need to do is just be able to last long enough to be able to destroy its... destroy its weapons. Now, normally the rebel ships actually start moving after the thing that's attacking them. That doesn't seem to be happening in this case, so that's probably going to be... Oh, no! Why am I losing so many employees? All right. So I did want to try and repair this thing, but we're going to have to turn around and try and defend ourselves. So, all right, thanks, Jetpack. Have a good one. I don't think I'm ever going to really quite land on the, I think, the larger point that I wanted to make in terms of the landfallers. But there is actually one interesting question that you might ask in terms of Titan, which is, to a certain extent, you know, you might want to ask the question, okay, they're attacking headquarters, which is a big problem, but I definitely think we're gonna be able to take out the Light Revrea before it becomes a problem. You can almost ask so like, to a certain extent, you'd say it's like, how much should we tolerate an operation like Titan? You know, are we willing to you know, have so much talent go towards something that maybe we don't consider to be worth that kind of cost? Now this is, I'm not trying to set up a false dichotomy here. Like, obviously some of the procedures on Titan are really brutal and clearly only exist to benefit the council and should be changed. But maybe just the principle of, you know, this thing exists. Is the project of Titan worth it? Is, you know, accumulating this much talent in one section, like, is it a good thing? Because what happened, like, what comes out of...
I will not be brought low by a puppet for the council. I'll defeat you next time.
So essentially, when you look at the kind of talent that's going on to Titan, can you say, you know, there is a, like, yes, it's hard, but it's worth it, you know, what the artifacts get us, make it worth all the trouble, right? Sometimes you gotta break a few omelets to make an egg. But the other thing that I think is kind of interesting about this, and again, I don't want to try and suggest this is explicitly what Titan's trying to talk about, but you can raise an interesting question as far as, why did I turn this thing on if I'm not using it? You can actually ask this question of game development. So if you think of game development, what are we looking at? Well, we're looking at an industry, particularly indie, right? Tech is a very attractive sector to work in. A lot of the problems that you'll solve in games are ones that you can find pretty decent employment for in other fields. And there's a lot of independent games being made right now. And there's some arguments that there are more than really the market can bear. And so independent game development represents this tremendous amount of talent, which I think it's reasonable to say, again, you possess the qualities that are desirable in any other workplace, you know, enough sort of motivation and kind of grit to be able to do your own thing, to realize a project to the end, and to be able to, try and sell it to the public. But I think the fact that there are a number of independent games that are just simply not making their money back, maybe will never have a realistic chance of ever making their money back, does raise some questions in terms of whether or not we've sort of organized things in such a way as to make the most of this potential, right? But there are some trade-offs involved in this. It is very difficult to turn around and tell someone, it's like, well, you're not allowed you're not the one who's allowed to do the creative stuff, right? We know better. And we've decided that, this other group of people is more worth doing their own project. Because, there's a reason independent development exists. It's because people felt like they weren't able to realize the projects that they wanted to in their existing environments. By and large, we've not necessarily done a very good job of sort of picking the winners ahead of time. And sometimes you can overstate the the defects of curation. So for every time that there's something like The Martian's a fairly famous example where Andy Weir had published this, I think originally for free, online, and that it was, I think, eventually made available on Kindle, and then he was approached for a publishing deal. So clearly this is this is a very successful book. It found its audience. It was something where now again, there's an interesting question as to whether or not Weir even attempted to get it published through traditional means beforehand. But it's fair to say that through the normal channels, curation was not able to successfully identify The Martian until after it had successfully found an audience. Whether or not that's true for a number of other books, there's a question. They were able to find Harry Potter. Stephen King was able to write under Richard Bachman and seemed to be on his way to achieving some notoriety as an author before the experiment sort of came to an end because somebody identified him as Stephen King, basically. I think I'm trying to decide if I want to build another ship right now. So if I turn this thing on, this is kind of a scummy thing to do, but I can pick a hull. Oh yeah, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take all that extra money I'm making and buy some extra hulls. So we're gonna turn off the shipyards for now. We're gonna convert as many employees as we can, although we only have one. Well, actually, there's a couple things I can do to help this out. So that'll allow me to convert 3 at a time as opposed to the one. But yeah, so there's an interesting analogy that you can draw in terms of Industries of Titan, which is to a certain extent, it is sort of raising a question in terms of how we organize things and whether or not it's sort of achieving this desirable result. In the case of Industries of Titan, it is a cyberpunk city builder, so I think inherently there is a critique of our current organization and inequality and what you kind of need to do to get ahead. But I do also think there's an interesting question here in terms of this idea of, one of the things that I think about is that when I take a look at the Titanians, these are people who would probably be, at least in terms of today, like here, these are probably people who would be quite successful, or at the very least would have the the stuff needed to be successful, I guess, for lack of a better term. And there is, you know, to one extent, because there's this high concentration of talent on Titan, you know, being good isn't necessarily enough. And very clearly there is an advantage to having a friend on the council. But again, if you draw that analogy to game development, right? It's really hard to say to someone who really has inside themselves, right, this great ambition to make the, you know, narrative platformer where the protagonist is sad. I think we've all kind of played that game, you know, 20 or 30 times. And if that's what's in them, you know, it's really hard to turn to someone and say, it's like, well, you know, it's not socially useful for you to make that game. You know, I think they have every right to turn around and say, who are you to tell me what I can do with my time or not? But and this is a point that, what's his name? Spiderweb Soft guy. This is going to bug me. I'm going to take a second to look this up. No doubt? Sorry, I think I might be missing the reference. Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. I can't believe I've forgotten this guy's name. Jeff Vogel. He's got a Substack now called The Bottom Feeder. And he kind of raised this point, that the basically the sheer number of indie games being released represented a massive waste of human talent. And he actually, I mean, he was pretty clear as far as he was concerned. Like, it was something of a, I don't think I would say a critique of capitalism, but he definitely was lamenting the conditions under which people felt that was the only way that they could sort of get ahead. But he was fairly clear. And again, people were rather mad at him, it felt like, for making this point. Like, I guess it comes down to it, right? Like, nobody wants to be told that making their game is a waste of time. I wouldn't want to hear that about my creative endeavors. So, you know, I get why, but I think it's also important to reflect on that kind of a message. And if you don't agree with it, it is helpful to be able to articulate why. So, you know, like, to me, I sort of acknowledge that there's a built-in inefficiency in the system. I'm sorry to use so many economic examples, but it's what I know. So an example that I like giving is that as a society, we have agreed that there is a socially acceptable number of bank failures. You know, one way you can guarantee no bank failures is that you don't, you don't have savings accounts, basically. Yeah, Rouge Light Girl. And again, like, it very much depends on your definition in terms of waste. And that, I think that was one thing I didn't like about the comments that I read, which was, it was not, like, I think basically, so, like, one thing I want to be clear on is I'm not necessarily advocating for Jeff Vogel on this one. I do think that actually he makes better points than he was given credit for in that essay, but I don't necessarily think it's the last word on it either. And how do I put this? Like, yeah, I mean, like, so basically the comments sort of seemed to assign their, like, so I remember there was like one guy's like, you know, why keep making games? F you, that's why, you know, games are an act of defiance. And it's like, okay, yeah. I'm like, I get it, right? Everybody's got their punk rock garage band, but, like, you know, one might also suggest that if all you are doing, right, if you're at age 65 and you've never held a job and, you know, you are, you know, like, okay, here's the interesting inversion that you can do on this, right? You can say that, let's say someone got an inheritance, and that effectively what they do is they maintain a garage punk band that only ever stays in the garage. It never plays a show. They just live off of that inheritance. You know, they're age 65, still going. They'll have enough money to go to the end, and they do nothing else. I'm not entirely sure that this represents a contribution to society, and it's one of the reasons why I actually think we should have estate taxes, and I genuinely do not understand why there's any controversy around having, around estate taxes. Like, don't get me wrong, I think there is something perfectly admirable and proper about wanting to leave some kind of a legacy for your descendant. Like, I'm not trying to suggest there should be like a 100% inheritance tax, but like, come on, surely there is a point at which we can say, you know, you've taken care of your family, you know, but maybe you haven't taken care of the next 8 generations. Like, I'm not entirely sure. Like, are we really going to have fewer Microsofts as a result of, saying that the next 8 generations will be living off of the rewards off of this, right? Again, like, I'm trying, just like I don't want to be a hyper-capitalist, I also don't want to be like a full-on Soviet. Like, I recognize there's a lot of benefits that come from being able to reward people for their work, and that's one of the reasons why I would want to make sure that, you know, you don't have somebody in a situation in which they're sort of living off the work of someone, you know, a few generations back. And obviously there's a number of those people. One thing that's mildly infuriating about this, I'd say, is that if you want a meritocratic argument, it is also true that, you know, the children of wealthy people are also more capable, right? Like, they can afford tutors, they can afford a lot of things. Like, it is not, I don't think it's an accident that the children of Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle, right, the database company, super valuable company, super wealthy guy, very, very smart businessman, is, you know, one of them is a movie producer, the other one is a games producer, right? Annapurna Interactive is a company that is owned and run by the children of Larry Ellison. And I mean, like, I suspect they are very good at what they do. Like, it's not just the fact that there's a wealthy dad. Like, I suspect that they have some legitimate skills. So that's one thing that kind of complicates this, right? Is that it's fair to say that they've got some tremendous advantages that come from the family that they were born into. But I mean, I can't tell you the number of people who've said that they absolutely love Annapurna games and they're going to keep playing them, right? So yeah, again, like, I'm not trying to suggest that there's any kind of yeah, I realize the term equality of opportunity is a very loaded one, but yeah, I'm not at all trying to suggest that there isn't a massive advantage that's coming from it. It's just like, the thing is that a lot of our ideas really are built on these foundations of fairness. And one of the things that really complicates it is that, again, like, someone who has been given a lot of tutoring, someone who has been given more opportunities at the start, it is actually fair to say that these are more capable people, right? They have been given the opportunity to be more capable. So, you know, that's usually just an argument that you can't maybe make a pure meritocratic argument, because, you know, that also, if you do that, then all of a sudden it looks like there isn't a lot of mobility, income or social. And historically that hasn't necessarily been in line with human flourishing. Hey, Decree, how you doing? And sorry, Immortal Velity, you were talking about you mentioned a few things. So there was da, da, da. I'll have you know my punk rock band meets on the playground and not in the garage. And the only logical, non-selfish reason you can see anyone fighting against more taxes for the rich is that the government system is so full of inefficiencies and graft. Yeah, I have the benefit of living in North America. So yes, there is waste. But man, I will gladly take, the inefficiencies in Canada over something like Hungary. That is 100% like money going into the politician's pocket, and they're not really making a big secret of that. But at that point, just like nobody's being helped by that. So essentially deciding where the inefficiency lies, I suppose, at that point you sort of have some sort of a foundation of an argument against. I will say, like, there are reasonable arguments in terms of aligning incentives in such a way that you don't drive out talent, you don't drive out productive activity. But it's a little bit like when people argue for extending copyrights, right? It's like, is going to 100 years after the life of the author, like, are we really getting that many more operas written as a result of that extension? Or is this something where the people who own a lot of very valuable long-tailed IPs just want to be able to make money off that for longer? So one of these things is useful for, like, so if we have no copyright, I think that's a problem. I know not everybody agrees with that, but I do actually think that there is some value in being able to sort of enforce your rights for your creative works. But it does not follow then that continuing to extend, in that case, like, surely the logical argument would be lifetime extension of copyright, or sorry, not lifetime, like copyright in perpetuity, because clearly this will create the greatest incentive for creative works. And of course, the result of that would essentially be creative stagnation. Which is definitely not what we want. One of the reasons why we have the regimes we do is to recognize that there is a benefit from putting these things out in the open and allowing people to work with them. So again, like, I think there are some arguments to sort of make around the margins as far as where we put the barriers in that. But to the earlier point in terms of inheritance, like, most of the arguments you hear along the lines of, why you want lower taxes and such, are to sort of motivate people to work. It's like, well, again, if you've inherited a lot of money, what is your incentive to work? Clearly people do. And I know that there is a thing among wealthy people that, you have to do something. It's like, it may be something, like, you maybe become a painter, right? You're able to use that, use your trust fund to or a gallery owner or something like that. Again, I don't know, like, the super rich, but I do have an understanding that there is sort of this conscious, like, there is sort of this recognition that there is, like, the stereotype of the slobbering Dauphin that does actually wind up, like, destroying the family's wealth. So I think that there is something of an effort to try and stop the most extreme of that. And obviously there's a private wealth management, and there's definitely there's an industry built around sort of maintaining that. But again, like, I guess where I'm trying to go with it would be to say, it's like, surely if you're going to be making an argument for lower taxes in order to achieve, more productivity, more people putting in the effort and achieving good things, which I think I don't think that's on the face of it a bad argument, but I don't see how that same person then turns around and says, but we should have no inheritance tax or very low inheritance tax. Surely that is the point in which we say, you know, we need to make sure the incentives are gone right. Because the thing is too is like, if you really think the government's going to screw it up, well, what you do is you just make sure that the money is distributed elsewhere, right? Like, it's not unprecedented that you have tremendous philanthropy from very, very wealthy people. Now, I mean, the problem is that, you know, philanthropy can just be a way that you build an organization where you happen to put all your family members and give them a really sweet, really sweet pay package. And that just winds up being another way that you sort of enshrine the legacy. But, you know, again, it's not like governments are usually smarter than people give them credit for. Like, there are ways of fixing this stuff, but there is also a question of political will. So it seems like our current system would work much better if independents could get equal representation as opposed to big companies who can staff armies of lobbyists. Yeah, actually, KidCom, this is probably one I shouldn't jump into too far because it's been a lot of ranting today. I actually do think that there's an optimal amount of lobbying in the world. Like, I think a lot of people try to, I'm not going to suggest we're at that optimum, but I do think in theory there is an optimal level of lobbying, because in the end, practitioners in an industry are going to be able to have a better understanding of what's going on and to have a mechanism through which, you know, again, like there's the comment process in the US, at least, as far as generating new regulations and such. One of the projects I needed to do was doing a text analysis of the Dodd-Frank regulation. So I think that there is actually some value in having a mechanism through which that's done. And I think a lot of people look at lobbying as just pure corruption, that effectively you're, you know, spending a certain amount of money, it's going into the politician's pocket and they're voting the way that you want. And I think that's undesirable. I think that's something we should be trying to avoid, and, you know, more or less successfully doing so. You know, I would definitely say that big money in politics is definitely a big problem in the States, and, you know, not exclusively to the States, but I think it is fair to say that we are not in an optimal circumstance right now. I mean, I think there was an Onion article once upon a time saying that, you know, the general public should pool its money together and hire a high-powered lobbyist firm to sort of get what they want. But, you know, the other thing is that, like, if you think of the different forms of lobbying and the different types of pressure that's put on political groups as well, sometimes it's a matter of, like, the people who show up. So, like, in the end, there is still the election, and, like, if nothing else, Bloomberg's performance in the U.S. Democratic primaries shows that money alone is not sufficient for, for winning elections, right? You can spend a lot of money and still walk away with only American Samoa. But, you know, it is also fair to say, right, like, these companies wouldn't be spending the money if it didn't work. So it's a tricky one, because, again, the one thing you don't want to choke off is the ability to actually have things run better. And so if somebody's doing something that's catastrophic, to have a mechanism in which you can say, no, don't do that, it's going to blow it up. Because, again, people know that it's a biased perspective they're getting. What you do is you incorporate that bias towards generating a better policy. And so, you know, in the end, you want to essentially try and keep as many of the characteristics in terms of creating the most informed policy you can, while not opening the door to, you know, people having undue influence in terms of the political process. Also make a good point. Again, I'm Canadian, so I don't have as many examples, but no, that's a fantastic example. So, like, I think a great example you could turn is like, well, what about Arnold Schwarzenegger? It's like, well, clearly Arnold Schwarzenegger has got more going for him as a politician than just money, despite the fact he's obviously a very successful businessman. So, I mean, he's kind of successful at everything he does, I guess, but You're all for taxing the ridiculous inheritance. They don't need to work, but they can put back to the community that's holding up their lifestyle. Yeah, well, I mean, to a certain extent, this is true for companies that don't like paying local taxes and that. Like, obviously, economic activity is enabled through the provision of public capital, roads, police, hospital. In Canada, there is the benefit of the fact that companies don't necessarily need to pay for health insurance, whereas in the States they do. Now, I think there's also quite a bit more wealth generation in the States, so that might be a trade-off that they're willing to take. But, it's an example, let's say. I've heard it. It is, I'm going to marry a Kennedy. The one thing I dislike about some of these digressions is that it's hard to come up with solutions for this stuff, right? Like, because I realize when I say stuff like there might be a socially optimal level of lobbying, it can sometimes sound like almost like a Republican talking point or something like that. That's definitely not where I want to go with it. I'm slightly curious why this isotope refinery is not being fed. I'm going to move the isotopes up a little bit more because we're generating less. Yeah, I think one of the examples I was giving about like certain levels of efficiency or crisis that we allow to sort of come into our existing system. So like I was talking about banking. So most of us put our money in the bank because number one, we have things like deposit insurance. Now there's been plenty of research done on deposit insurance, and it all pretty much points to the same conclusion, that it increases the number of financial crises. And that's just a function of incentives, right? But I don't think anybody serious is arguing that we get rid of deposit insurance. It's actually a really helpful thing. We can also turn around and say, it's like, okay, well, deposit insurance isn't the only thing that's creating a crisis. One way you can make sure that a bank doesn't fail. So why does a bank fail? Well, a bank fails when it has obligations that it needs to pay, and it doesn't have the money to pay it. So, where does this money that the bank needs to pay, is required to pay, and it can't cover? Like, where does that come from? Well, that comes from you and me, right? We put our money in a savings account. For those of us who have money, I do, so not to be smug about it, but we put the money in the savings account, and we have an expectation that we're going to get that back, and more importantly, in order to give us sort of an incentive to keep it there, they pay us a certain amount of interest. Now, that's not necessarily the only way that you can do that system. You can basically make a savings account sort of a profit sharing arrangement. So if the bank loses money, you don't get profits. Effectively your savings account kind of becomes bank stock. But the thing is that if it were set up that way, I think very few of us would actually be willing to put the amount that we put in our savings accounts. Because, the idea of not getting a return, or potentially the idea of losing that money if we get rid of something like a deposit insurance, I don't think that's a risk any of us is willing to take on. It's like, well, why do we have banks? What purpose does the bank serve? Well, financial intermediation. I did not have all of the money for my school in my bank account when I went to school. I borrowed money to go to school. I'm actually still paying that up. My gift to myself this month is to hopefully have enough set aside. Like right now I've got it on a 0% interest offer, so I'm happy about that. but I'm hoping, I'm like fingers crossed, I'm trying really hard that next month for my birthday, I will have set aside enough money that I can pay off the last of the money that I borrowed for school, which is obviously a big milestone to anybody who's gotten an education. But you know, the alternative, like the reason why that's good is that instead of working at Starbucks or Chapters or like any of the other like, you know, kind of low wage jobs that I've worked at, instead of spending a lot of time earning that money so that I could then go to school and build up my skills. And of course, I've got a few years under me. So yeah, I'll be more mature, but I'm also going to be, you know, I'm also going to be older, and I'm going to have spent a certain number of my years doing less productive work instead of taking those years where I would have been doing less productive work and building up my human capital to be able to, you know, to do what I do now, you know, econ. But, you know, volunteering, you know, I do this broadcast, and I do, it's fair to say, right, the number of rants that I go on, it's pretty clear that there is a certain amount of what I got from school that goes into these broadcasts. So if you like the broadcasts, there's the, oh, sorry, Edge Marion, I also apologize. I saw that you followed in my email just now, but apparently there wasn't an alert that popped up, so I apologize for that. But you know, in this case, it was good that I was able to borrow the money, because essentially it meant that instead of working, you know, a low wage job, which is maybe not contributing as much. I mean, again, it's nice to be able to direct people to books that they like, but you know, Amazon's recommendations aren't that bad. You know, I don't do Amazon, but like, you know, I know a lot of people do. So, you know, like, surely I can aspire to maybe a little bit more than just, you know, those kinds of recommendations. Oh, this sucks. Oh, this is so good for generating Zethane. But you know, it's the fact that everybody put this savings into the bank. It was one of the things that allowed me to borrow that money, and then of course I'm paying it back now when I'm earning more. I know a lot about banks and economics. What are my opinions on credit unions? I think they're totally fine. I think they're good ideas, right? Like I don't feel that there's necessarily any benefit to you know, publicly traded company. I don't think the publicly traded company necessarily has any inherent advantage in doing banking better. I do know, at least in Vancouver, a lot of the credit unions really do tend to behave a lot like the big 5 banks in Canada. So perhaps they don't, like the ideal of it being sort of this, you know, this more consumer friendly form of banking isn't maybe realized in the reality of some of what I've encountered. But honestly, I think things that, you know, make banks have to serve their clients better and deliver better services, I think is a good thing. But I'll try and explain what's going on in the game could come, because obviously I've been talking about a lot of things that are not related to Titan, and I should try and reorganize it, because I actually had a bunch of ranty stuff in mind that I totally didn't get to. But I appreciate you all for bringing up your own concerns. It's fun to kind of hear where people's interests are, because I think it's fair to say some of my opinions are idiosyncratic, and so I know, you know, it would not be the first time I've heard that I've rubbed someone the wrong way, let's say. So I appreciate you all kind of hanging out and chatting with the various topics. I mean, again, I owe this largely to the writing of Industries of Titan, because it's not, you know, it's fun. I'm definitely playing the bad guy in the cyberpunk story, but we're spending a lot of time talking about the consequences of this. And I don't think that's just me. Like I do think that this game actually takes its subject seriously enough to, promote this kind of thinking. Maybe I'm overstating the case, but I think it's worth it. But yeah, I guess long story short, in terms of my own sort of journey on education, the fact that it was enticing enough for people to have savings in a bank allowed me to go to school. And I think it is fair to say that that kind of financial intermediation is useful, and that is the reason why we allow banks to kind of offer this guaranteed return. The consequence of that guaranteed return is that it allows for the possibility for a bank to fail. But collectively as a society, and this kind of touches on the thing that we were talking about before. Oh, you know what? I think I know why I can't do that last upgrade. Or conversion, rather. Collectively as a society, we've said, okay, we're willing to take on a certain amount of bank failure, in the long run, right? It's not like anybody sits down and says, like, oh yes, I love bank failures. I can't wait for the next one. The last one we had gave us It's a Wonderful Life. That's a wonderful movie. I didn't wind up buying more hulls, but I only have 1.8k, so I'm saving up for that. Although it does remind me, we can give up some minerals, I think. Yeah. Oh, darn it. That was bad. Because I'm also trying to free up. I'm trying to basically get... credits are nice, but I'm also trying to get the influence for claiming these areas. Actually, what I should do, I should save this all up. Let's keep donating minerals. I should actually be working these isotope patches at this point. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think I'm still going to build. I think I'm still going to build in this area, but maybe a little bit less than I was before. Because at some point I really do need to get, like, I do have a better workforce now, so like that's good. We should start seeing more. Actually, let's crank up the number of employees in a few of these things. We'll just get we'll get people to manually work the path to the mine. Yeah, not crazy about it, but I'm hoping, like, there's the storage is full, so I'm hoping there's a little bit more of a kind of a train to keep this thing running. Okay, I'm going to catch up a little bit with some of the stuff that was going on. So KidCom said, no, it makes sense, although I wonder if that's the only way to achieve that. I wonder if anyone has elected appointed groups of educated policy informers that perform this task while still ostensibly working for the public, although maybe this is what PACs are, and I don't know enough about this. It's an interesting topic. So if you are academically inclined, there are a couple of researchers, Francesco Trebbi and Matilda Bombardini. Francesco was my thesis advisor at school, and they've done some work on lobbying. In fact, one of their more recent papers did a really interesting breakdown in terms of charitable donations as a form of lobbying. They did a really interesting, it was a really interesting insight in terms of how you could sort of trace donations being made in certain congressional, like to charitable groups in certain congressional districts, and how it basically, like if you looked at it, it resembled almost identically the lobbying. I think it was because of the new regulations in terms of reporting lobbying, so it was just sort of this shift in terms of the activity. The catch is, though, is that so far as I can tell, neither of them have written like a popular book on it. Generally, like they're doing papers that'll be in like the JPE or oh god, it's the other one, public I don't know, I can't remember all of them, but that's right. Yep. So I, having had the benefit of one I've studied under, the other I sort of know from reading their work. I think they're definitely very good economists, and I definitely know that lobbying is something that they have looked into. And then chances are, if you look at some of the other co-authors on that those papers, you can probably follow the thread. But again, just keep in mind that these are proper, like. So I think actually if you go to their websites, you can probably find a copy of that. Like journals, usually if you don't, like if you have a university near where you live, chances are you'll be able to like go onto their computers and be able to access the journals for free. But for public access, usually you have to pay up. But in the case of usually authors will have like some version of the paper on their website, and so you can probably read at least. Yep, that's one. I don't know if that's the one, but yeah, I mean, just keep in mind, right? Like these are academic economists speaking to academic economists in journals, so there is a certain level of mathematical sophistication that I do like. I think it's good to recommend stuff where people are interested, because interest will usually help someone push through the tough stuff, and I don't think it's good for me to assume that people are not willing to do the work. But there's also this kind of like proof by intimidation, let's say, of like presenting someone like this paper that's full of like Greek letters all over the place and really arcane terminology, and then like saying is like, yeah, you understand all that, right? And it's like, no, I don't have the benefit of your education. How could you possibly expect a normal person to read this? So like with that in mind, like just please keep in mind I am promoting that for interest, but I do so knowing that I don't have a more accessible resource. But I don't know, I feel like at least the summaries tend to be, I think usually like the abstracts and the summary sections and that will do a good job of at least providing the conclusions, whether or not you agree with them, and whether or not you think that the work that they did allows them to make that claim. That'll require a certain familiarity with with their methods. But like I said, I mean, I think interest in certain topic. By the way, I should also clarify, just because I've said something does not mean that you're necessarily going to find those conclusions in those papers. I've not read everything that they've read, and I definitely know that despite appearances to the contrary, I think the movie Inside Job was responsible for this. There is not one like political textbook for economists. In fact, most of the people I met at school got into econ because they, like, essentially for social reasons, that they thought it was something very much aligned with sort of helping people and bringing about sort of a better or more just world, which I realize is not normally what you think when you run into academic economists. So just keep in mind there isn't necessarily a political uniformity, and generally papers are not judged on the basis of like whether or not they're part of the orthodoxy or not. Yeah, actually, if you like a really good journal for surveys, I don't know if they've done one on political economy, or at least on lobbying, but the Journal of Economics Perspectives, Journal of Economic Perspectives, first of all, is freely available. It's published by the American Economics Association, so that is they publish a number of sort of the top journals, and essentially, I would say that it is between like an academic journal, where there's a certain expectation in terms of what the audience is going to be, and a particularly clever like New York Times op-ed or like something you might read in Foreign Affairs. I think the Journal of Economics Perspectives is really good because essentially you've got a specialist in a field that's kind of writing to maybe fellow practitioners. And again, some of them will be a little bit more mathy than the others, but I have generally found that if you, like, again, if you're also the person who's interested enough in a topic to read the hard stuff on it, the Journal of Economic Perspectives is great for that sort of stuff because it'll point you to what you need to know. And at that point, you sort of decide the rules of engagement in terms of where you want to go with it. You're getting nerd-typed so hard right now? Sorry. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Titan and what we're trying to do here. So when we started this game, we built a factory. This game's really neat because you sort of start at the micro level and move up to the macro. I've converted enough employees so we can turn these conversion capsules off. That's at least one of the goals that I wanted to get dealt with. I'm a little mad that we don't have processing happening in the isotope machine because I could be building another power generator. But anyways, so basically, in the case of Industries of Titan, it's sort of a strategy city builder. There's quite a bit of simulation going on. So there's pollution. Pollution is concentrated around my smokestack, but it will be generated by mines as well, depending on the amount of activity. Trucks can generate it as well. There's zethane, which is fuel. So the fuel that we extract, it's not oil. In this case, it's in the atmosphere, which makes it difficult to breathe. But I've built fuel turbines near it, and all of this stuff is being kept track of. So if it starts raining, that's going to cause the pollution to go down. So to a certain extent, you've got sort of like one part Factorio, you've got one part SimCities or City Skylines, and then you've got one part sort of FTL or Command and Conquer in terms of this idea of building an army and sort of sending it. So there's a rebel base over here, which we're eventually going to want to destroy. And the story behind this basically is that there has been sort of this gold rush on Titan, that inside of these ruins, sort of the remnants of a previous civilization. I think it'll actually describe it if I mouse over it. No? I could have sworn there used to be a description of the ruins at some point. In any case, I can go into the codex and read it again, but the idea here is that, and again, my particular belief in terms of how the game has been set up is that this organization known as the Council, in fact, there is something we can talk about for lobbying when it comes to the currencies in the game in a little bit, but I'm going to try and keep on topic for a while. But this organization called the Council has essentially given you this seed capital to found a city corporation on Titan. Now, my belief here is that the Council supports these enterprises on Titan because people like you are going to want to make a lot of money, right? You're a founder, you're an entrepreneur, you sort of scrabbled on top of all of your peers, and you got to a position where you were able to get the Council to give you money. I also think I want to build this ruin monument so that we can get influence a bit faster. But if you take a look at the exchanges, like one of the reasons, there's a few neat little bits of lore that aren't written in the game, but I think if you know what to look for, you get some ideas of how this society is structured. So in this case, I can request things from the Council. I can request 5 tier 1 minerals. I can request an isotope. I can request 250 credits, and these will cost me 10 influence each. I can also donate to the council to earn influence. So I can donate 10 minerals for 5 influence, 2 isotopes for 5, 500 credits for 5. So notice the exchange rates are not necessarily in my favor because, of course, the council has a monopoly on Titan. But notice that I can also donate artifacts, and artifacts give me 10 influence. They're worth quite a bit more. I cannot request artifacts, though. And so ultimately what I see here is that the council is perfectly willing to trade material wealth in order to get these artifacts, which presumably are going to be researched and gain them even more power. I think in a previous stream I said it's a little bit like the implicit decision for a player, and there's like nothing tied to the corporate goals, right? If I want to win, I need to do one of 3 of 95 upgraded buildings, 700 employed citizens, 24 council obelisks, 50 migrant ships, or retaining 1,050 citizens, or the equivalents for martial mastery or political powerhouse. But so again, there's like no point, like there's nothing that tells you it's like you have the largest number of artifacts. You win like the secret victory or something like that. But again, I do think in the background there's a really specific choice behind not letting players request artifacts, because this is the thing that the council really wants, in my view. Again, take her to leave it in terms of that explanation, but I do sort of feel like that's what's going on inside the game. But in terms of what you need to do, essentially you start off with a small number of minerals and isotopes. You sort of try and use your resources that you have available to you, and you sort of expand out your city corp to the point that you achieve one of these goals. I'm playing on the normal mode, which means that the rebels will sort of send waves of ships to attack me, so I do need to build up defenses. I do think that's the right way to play the game, because it does... Ottawa was originally called Bytown, and Bytown, I believe, was a fort. So in this case, I live in a city whose existence basically is built out of military necessity. Parliament sort of is at the edge of almost like a cliff, and you can sort of see, I don't know if this is the reason why Parliament was built where it was, but like you can definitely see why somebody wanting to build a defensive position might be interested in constructing an important building in that place, because it's much easier to defend than sort of the big wide open field where people can just like go around it, or they can attack from any direction. So I think there's something really interesting in terms of Titan. Even if you play it on easy, your city is still being shaped by the necessity of needing to defend it, whether you build lots of shipyards, whether you build lots of turrets. There's a few different ways you can go with it. But yeah, so I mean, that's kind of the game in a nutshell, right? It's definitely following in the simulation city builder model of wanting to build and grow as quick as possible. It's got a really beautiful voxel art style by Sir Karma, which this is actually his first game. It's, in this case, because it's a cyberpunk setting, there's definitely a lot of kind of meaning invested in the types of decisions that you're making. So the idea of converting, right? I've got these citizens in my city corp, and some of them are essentially having their insides as well as their personalities sort of pulled out, and they're becoming obedient workers. And that's, one of the reasons why I'm talking about this idea of like really successful and entrepreneurial people coming out to Titan to do their best. And despite the fact that in any other circumstance, these people would be doing incredibly well, because they're not the best of the best, this tremendous talent is now crushed down to somebody who's essentially going to be moving things from point A to point B. And I mean, I kind of tried to make something of an analogy to independent game development, whether or not that is an appropriate analogy or not. But one of the things I'm trying to do, so I'm trying to gain influence here, and if you go to the codex, the idea of influence is a really fun one given the context that we had about lobbying. So influence, a Titan unique currency used by the council for trade deals. While influence is a much more stable medium of exchange, the Council have been known to alter the value, though they rarely give their reasons for doing so. It is useful to stockpile nonetheless, and some asteroid belt mining companies even offer salaries in influence. Hey, yes, that's true. Although I suppose, at least in the case of independent game development, there's the impression that you're doing this for yourself. I think was maybe the point I was trying to make for the for the independent game analogy. But you're absolutely right. Like clearly, I think one of the things that makes Industries of Titan such an attractive game is that even though it's a city builder and it doesn't necessarily, like, you don't necessarily associate city builders with narrative. I think maybe one of the wonderful exceptions to that would maybe be Frostpunk. But I really like the fact that Cyberpunk is not just a cool set of aesthetics for this game, but actually it is something that sort of shows up in terms of the different choices that you make and some of the different things that are talked about in the game. These two games could be at the same time. That's right. I actually don't know. Well, I guess we've had a heat wave on Titan, so I could definitely use a heat wave once in a while on. I could use a heat wave once in a while on Frostpunk, but no, I think you actually make a good point. But yeah, so we were talking about lobbying before. Like, what's interesting about Industry of Titan is that influence I could just completely accept as an abstraction of the lobbying process. That, you know, I'm doing whatever is required for the council, right? So I'm donating minerals, I'm donating artifacts to get influence. But actually, in the world of Titan, influence, like the process of lobbying and exerting influence on this authority is it's so systemized that it actually has its own currency, and that influence is something that, I mean, I guess the historic example would be if you have like these asteroid belt companies paying an influence. That's almost like company script, I suppose. But one way or the other, right? Like, because we were talking about lobbying so much, I just thought it would be kind of neat to point out that this game actually has I hope I hope you can kind of see the point of interest there. Yes, Immortal Melody, I'm sorry, I'm slow at playing the game. So I wanted to pause just because I need to figure out where I want to go research-wise. We still wanted to try and extend out our borders and our length for mines if I can. I'm somewhat sympathetic to pursuing this higher research efficiency. Yeah, so I guess we go for the Heron for the start. Okay, good, yeah. It's a balance, I suppose. But I also sort of think, to a certain extent, like, it's not... I mean, like, to a certain extent, the broadcast is sometimes just like a podcast that occasionally gets confused and puts on a video game in the background. But I think there is, like, it's also not like completely out of nowhere where some of this stuff comes from as well. We're in the middle of a work cycle, so I'm going to hold off from buying a new hull. So for me, I actually really like having a reason to play a game, right? Like, it's the same reason why... You know, some games are going to be more narrative ones. So, like, you know, I know Naughty Dog sometimes gets... I haven't really played Naughty Dog games, but I think everybody kind of has an idea of what kind of a game we're talking about. And there's this idea that these are games by people who really just wanted to make movies. And I think to a certain extent there's probably some validity to that criticism. But there is also a level of interactivity, and I think there's a specific type of story that's being told on those that still couldn't be done in a cinematic environment. But for those ones, when you have a more overt narrative, I think it's really clear to see like why people care. You've got someone, yeah, Hideo Kojima would be another example. But I haven't really played a lot of his games, so I try to plant the flags where I can in terms of saying that I'm dealing with broad perceptions as opposed to reality. And the only reason I say that is that it's because I think there's a lot of people at Bethesda who probably are really annoyed with the idea that they only release buggy games. I do think that reputation is earned. I played Daggerfall. I played Morrowind. Admittedly, I played them after the fact and like with a whole bunch of mod support, so it's probably not as bad. Oh, actually, this is a chance for us. We could probably see a reduction in the pollution if we wait long enough. It's kind of going at cross purposes, right? So we got 3804. Like, so we're right beside the smokestack here. So I suspect we're also going to be generating quite a bit of pollution as well. So maybe if we go a little closer to the edge. But like I'll be honest with you. Like if I worked at Bethesda, I would probably be really annoyed by the number of people who say that, because I think there are probably more people who say that than have directly experienced the problems. But let's be honest, I also don't think this is unfair, right? I've played the games that have established that reputation. So the one way I try and kind of keep myself honest in these kinds of conversations is I acknowledge when I am talking maybe more about discourse as opposed to... So incidentally, notice that the pollution's going back up. That's just an example of kind of how the simulation's kind of going on in the background. I don't know how interesting that is for people, but it's something I really respect about this game. But yeah, so I just kind of want to be... Whenever I kind of go down this road, I just want to take the time to say that I am partly working with some received wisdom because I've never had a PlayStation, and so I just simply have not had the opportunity to play a Naughty Dog game. But when you have an overt narrative like a Naughty Dog style game, I think it's fair to say that the purpose for playing is very clear. You've got a person or a group of people with a problem, and essentially you will spend the next few hours trying to solve that problem. You're going to try and figure out, if it's a mystery game, you need to figure out who killed someone, right? Like, so what's the reason for reading Watchmen originally? It's to find out who killed the comedian. Do you keep reading Watchmen to find out who killed the comedian? No, there's a whole lot of other reasons to read Watchmen beyond who killed the comedian. But at the very least, right, your initial point of interest is to figure out, what happened. And so, apologies if you haven't read Watchmen. I was just trying to think of like kind of an unambiguous example, so somebody might come up with a better one. This looks better. Okay, for those of you who haven't read Watchmen, here's what I actually think is going to happen. So you can probably go to the library and sign Watchmen out, I'm going to guess. My guess will be you'll be really into Watchmen. The art style might be something you're like, this looks kind of old, but it's like, stick with it. And then I think you're going to start reading some stuff about pirates. And you're going to be like, this was interesting, but it's going on kind of a bit. I don't know if I'm like into this. And I will just say, I promise you, if you stick with it, it'll be worth it. You will be rewarded for sticking through it. And you're going to remember me saying that. You'll be like, yeah, but like, really though? Because I've been with this for a while. And then you're going to get to the bit. And Dr. Manhattan, yeah. And then you're going to be really happy that you stuck with it. There's some people who will be like, what do you mean? Like, I loved reading that thing the whole way. Like, anybody who doesn't like reading it, they're just some Philistine. Actually, I probably shouldn't have done that, but I can turn it around. But I say this because I had to convince someone to finish Watchmen, and when I finally, like when I did, and when they finally finished it, they could not shut up about it. Like it basically, as far as they were concerned, that was another religion for them. And like they thanked me after the fact for pushing them to keep reading. But you know, like because I had that experience with someone I know, I figured I could try and put people on the right path. So I'm really short on isotopes now. I'm gonna need to start mining out a few more ruins. So right now I'm draining my batteries. That's in support of the Monument Center, but the reason I'm doing that is Monument Center will grant 5 influence per minute while the building's online. My current generation is 4.1 per minute, so I'm almost doubling my acquisition rate for influence. And when you keep that in mind, getting the extra influence is going to be what allows me to build these, to take down these ruins, to be able to build and expand. So again, it's just like any other city builder, right? You kind of try and make the flywheel if you can, and just grow at a really, really rapid rate. I am eventually going to need to try and come up with a more permanent source of isotopes, but what I can do is take advantage of everything that's just lying on the ground right now. And the reason why I was willing to give up the influence, like give up the things that I was developing over on this side, was because the Monument Center would just give me access to influence at a much more rapid pace. And I'm going to put that into being able to get things like the isotope patches and whatnot. So whether or not it was worth it, well, we'll see. But for now, I'm accepting the loss of energy. Officially below 200 waste type. Well, don't get used to it. We'll I'm sure I'll find some clever ways. There we go. No, I'm sure I'll find some clever ways to blow out my waste budget again. But yeah, so the thing is that like I think Frostpunk would probably be fun if it didn't have its story, and I think Industries of Titan would be fun if it didn't have its story. I think it's fair to say that there are people who will play games like this without necessarily caring about the motivation. Like just seeing the numbers go up on its own is perhaps reward enough. Idle games are kind of an example of that. And I say this as somebody, I do actually now have an idle game that I play. So I kind of need to, I need to admit I am as prone to that kind of thinking as anyone else. But I like the fact that unlike a lot of other cyberpunk games, and I'm not necessarily going to name names, but Brace Yourself did actually take the time to motivate its setting, that it is in fact engaging with themes that have kind of been present inside of the genre from the beginning. And that if you are a bit of a nerd like me and start noticing is like, oh, that's funny, I'm allowed to donate, but I'm not allowed to take back artifacts. I wonder what that means. Or if you like going to the glossary, or if you like, checking out little details like that, you can learn a bit more about this world on Titan. And they do have some good writers on this. So I think Lula Kadim and I wanted to say Tina. Oh God. Can I look at credits in the game? No, I cannot, but I bet you I can find it. Tina Tai, I think. I've got the website up now, so actually here, let's give credit to here is Brace Yourself game, just because I'm getting resources. I will grab the isotopes patch when I can. But here is the Brace Yourself team as listed on the website, which is going to be different from the actually, you know what? I'm going to get somebody to manually mine that. maybe different from what's in the credits. Good stream, off to bed. Looking forward to coming back later. Thank you very much, Edge Marion. I'll just mention, if you like Industries of Titan, I'm going to be doing that every Wednesday, or that or Phantom Brigade. I'll probably be playing something different on Friday and Monday, but I really appreciate you hanging out and chatting. So anyways, it was Tina Tai, and let's give credit to the whole Brace Yourself team while we're getting resources. So, Cindy Chow, Mobeen Firki, who I think might be new. Dakota Bozeman Kennedy, who I had a wonderful chance to meet in Vancouver. Mel Sievers, assistant video producer and motion graphics. Nikita Cotter, game design. Sorry, I should. The previous Cindy Chow, operations manager. Mobeen Firki, tech director. Dakota Bozeman Kennedy, junior QA tester. Mel Sievers, assistant video producer, motion graphics. Nikita Cotter, game design. Andy Wynn, game director, who incidentally is the game director particularly on Industries of Titan, this game. Stephen Kazak. Again, I apologize for mispronouncing everybody's names, but programmer. Tina Tai, writer. Kyle Engelman, which doesn't actually list a role yet. Chloe Ezra, brand designer. Antoine Lendrevi, I think is the pronunciation. Anyways, art director, Sir Karma. Alexa Scheiss, QA manager. I don't think I've ever mispronounced your name, Red Light Girl. Adelaide Jenkins, team lead, designer, and programmer. This would be on Phantom Brigade. Augustin, although it does also have credit on Industries of Titan, because Brace Yourself does help a lot on the different games. Augustin, is it Delger? Anyways, UE4 programmer. Danny Baranowski, composer, designer. Some of you may recognize the name from, obviously Crypt of the Necrodancer's a really famous one, but also Super Meat Boy, among others. Elaine Carter, programmer. We've got Pete Thornycroft, lead animator, and one big reason why Phantom Brigade looks so awesome. Not to minimize the contributions of the rest of the team, clearly. Vigari Magadam, I think, QA tester and assistant producer. And also, I keep feeling I kept misattributing their... so if I recall correct, I believe the Twitch handle is Soggy Newspaper, but I think I kept calling Soggy Newspaper Lulu, who is a writer. So Madeline Gray, senior community manager. Luca Donatelli, producer. I'm actually trying to think. I believe they're actually producer on Industries of Titan, if I recall correctly. Ryan Clark, founder, designer, and programmer. Lula Kadim, lead writer. Hannah Hildebrandt, technical artist. Demi Montez, junior community manager. Helen Fan, office coordinator. Kimberly Vole, studio head. Ben Humphreys, UI designer programmer. Ben is the reason why this game's UI has been improving over time. Incidentally, while I've been reading Calling the Roll of Honor. So my one thing I should mention is all my workers are asleep right now. So they're not making me money, so we're just going to turn off their habitats so that we can get a little more power. But it did say that I just lost a citizen. So that is due to pollution. So you can sort of see that the air quality is not quite where I would want it to be. It might also be because they were sort of wandering around in this area, but you do have the health of your citizenry that you need to keep track of. Oh yeah, Ben Humphreys is the reason why the UI has improved so much since release. Nick Gunn, lead 3D artist. Pavel Evimov, a 3D artist, technical artist. I think more associated with Phantom Brigade, but again, everybody kind of cross-pollinates across projects. Marlon Wiebe, who is a game director, video producer now. The game that he's working on, I believe, is not announced yet. Artyom Zuev, technical artist. James Chan, chief operations officer, and very patient with the fact I've not given him an email in a long time. Lily, the financial coordinator. But they do also collaborate with other groups. Power Up Audio, who did audio for everything from Darkest Dungeon to Celeste to, tons of others. Mogi Group and Streamline are the other ones that are listed on here. I just figured, because I was mentioning so many names and because I think there is sometimes a tendency to just look for big names and sort of attribute everything that's good to just those names. I wanted to kind of take the chance to maybe give credit where credit is due. I'm also I'm shifting things around, so I'm making this mine. I'm getting it to work the isotopes patch just so we can have a little bit of a faster generation, or recovery, or extraction, or however you want to put it. Now, this little system that I've set up to generate a whole lot of influence, it's not going to last forever, because I do need to turn these factories back on at the start of the workday, and that's going to start in 45 minutes, well, a little under 45 minutes. So I should have kind of turned on the, I should have turned off the factories a bit sooner. On the other hand, though, I do have, God, they're still not, I feel like something is getting in the way of this actually getting its resources. I'm gonna have to pause in a second. Okay, so we'll turn these on. So just to give you an example in terms of some of the planning that goes into this game, I made this, I call this my work from home setup. So because I don't have buildings dedicated for housing and work right now, what I've done is I've enabled, so actually this, I don't think this is working because I turned off the power, so I think everybody's going to the jobs that are available in other regions. But basically the idea here was it was supposed to create the shortest possible distance from habitat pod to office. And so, yeah, the idea here is basically that it's a way that I can cram a bunch of citizens and workers into one place. Sorry, citizens become workers. What I meant to say is that it's basically a way that I can kind of cram them in a concentrated place and make sure that I have the correct number of jobs available for everyone. And then when it's when it's the middle of the day, when I don't need to worry about when it's the end of the day, when I don't need to worry about them making me money anymore, I can turn off their living quarters because there's no penalty for having them sleep on the street. There is a video of me talking about how I have, so like, it's possible to not have enough money to pay your workers in this game. I'm gonna turn off the mine now. Still not enough. What's some other things I can power off? Yeah, I'll turn off the 2 mines for now. And we'll just set those 2 workers to clear out the mineral patches. The reason why we built this mine was just to speed up the process of like clearing out this area. But yeah, so basically if you don't have enough money to pay your workers, it'll clear out your bank account and you can't make more workers. But right now there's not a morale system in the game. I believe that will be coming. I know they've started to sort of cut some planned features to make sure that they can release on time. And like, I know that sounds bad, but like they're doing it because there are other things, like they can accomplish sort of similar goals to what they want to do by sort of shifting emphasis. So for instance, there used to be like multiple factions inside the game, and what they're doing now is they're introducing sort of different advantages at the start. So this has the practical benefit of sort of doing the same thing as like having a faction system, but you don't need to worry about like all the other things that would be associated with having different factions. So, you know, like I'll admit there's a couple of things I was looking forward to on the roadmap that don't seem to be part of the game anymore. But as a whole, I actually think they've done a very good job of sort of justifying why they made particular decisions, and I'm looking forward to sort of seeing what 1.0 is like. I'm also kind of curious if there's any post-release plans for the game. I suspect that will depend on how successful the 1.0 release is, but you know, I'm certainly not going to complain about more Titan. But yeah, so anyways, there was a video of me, so like basically because the bank account goes to zero, and I was saying is like, well, you know, if I just sit here and wait, all that money is going to go to my employees. And like, why do I want to do that when I could just, you know, build up capital, build up something that's worth it to me? So like, I wasn't using trucks, but like I didn't have a maximum number of trucks. So it's like, I was like, well, am I the sort of person who's going to pay my workers, or am I the sort of person who's going to increase shareholder value by buying a bunch of trucks? And obviously I bought all the trucks and told my workers to take a hike. You know, if they don't like it, they can leave. Good luck buying that ticket off planet. But someone on the team, I won't name names to protect the innocent, but someone on the team clipped that. It is part of my clips. I believe it's called Accidental Capitalism. But I do like Industries of Titan because it lets me be a terrible person. But let's go back to what I was planning on. Like, so why did I build the Monument Center? Why did I take such a big hit to my my power? Well, it was because I wanted to get influence for isotopes. Now, we've already cleared out all the patches that we have access to. So what I want to do now is I want to hunt down all of the different locations that have isotopes that I want to develop. Because the eventual plan is that I'm going to be able to, like, at some point this thing is going to start working again. I'm just assuming that we haven't assigned people to the right job. Actually, you know what? We did get a big influx of workers, so maybe I can make dedicated workers for... Oh, and we got the heron finished, so we can move on to our next research. I think I said I was going to head towards the research efficiency, so we'll spend the artifacts. Accelerated visa. Oh, it's not a bad one, actually, especially because I do get a bonus for... I do get a bonus for... Or not a bonus, but one of my goals is to... one of my goals is to get a certain number of migrants. Okay, but yeah, so I need isotopes. Again, we haven't quite expanded to the point where I'm able to take advantage of this node yet, although again, we keep getting closer. Let's go... So you can see here, if I could just get one more tile, I'd be in a position to... to grab this. What I'll probably do is just build a command center and sort of build a road around the edge, but we're not quite there yet. But one of the things I want to do right now with all my extra influence is to start basically claiming any ruins that will get me access to additional isotopes. Now, some are a little bit more of a reward than others, but what I'm really just going to do is sort of systematically run through it. So, yeah, this is going to take a while. I'm not going to consider something like this because I can get artifacts from this ruin. But I would consider a ruin like this because even though there's only 6 isotope level 1, I've got... like, I'm not giving up any red artifacts for it. So, we are in a little bit of a holding pattern, and what I'm waiting for here is a tier 2 isotope. Okay, and the workday is done, so we're going to turn off the factory. So again, people can find something else to do with their time. I need the power. And I'm not going to turn on the mine quite yet. I'm a little... Actually, you know what? I am going to turn on the mine here for a little bit of a weird reason. It's because if I get someone to mine the tile, somebody has to actually pick up the isotopes and walk it over, whereas if I do it in the mine, it's already hooked up to the road network. But yeah, like I said, just kind of systematically going through any tiles that don't have red artifacts or don't have inert ruins, claim the isotopes in there, and then we're eventually going to sort of move around and either clear out this area, or we're going to we'll clear things out, or we'll sorry, this is for building, or we'll we'll take advantage of the the inert ruins. Usually we'll just be clearing things out though. So I will be building my residential and all those buildings in this area where I can, but I definitely need the isotopes for that. So okay. I'm at 4.8k as far as money. I have to turn both on. So I have a lot of minerals. It's ideal if I can build like a big nasty ship. So I make about 1.5. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to wait for the Cathartes. I'll wait for the big guy. The drawback to that is the rebel threat might grow to a level that I can't really handle, but it's a consequence I'm willing to risk. So I'm going to do the rare thing and actually speed up time for a little bit. I don't normally like playing this way because I sort of feel like there's enough interesting things for me to do at my own time, but it has occurred to me that I did want to make a little more progress on objectives, and that's not really going to happen now, but I can at least try and get my city court back to, like basically back to the state that I, oh god, did I really? No, this is fine. This will still work. I want to try and at least get it to a point where all the power and the energy and whatnot are sort of taken care of. Okay, so we're now at capacity for the batteries. Okay, so +2. Again, if I wanted, I could turn on the mine, but in this case, I think I can just let the workers... I think I could just let them take care of this on their own. And we've got 27 on the isotope, so I probably should have paid it. That's one of the reasons why I don't like fast forwarding, is that we actually had some good news there, which I missed. But that's fine. Okay. So I don't want to go nuts on the energy plants, but there's actually a really specific way that I want to build these. So we'll take these 2 empty plots first. And given that I've got what I needed from the isotopes, I need to now start thinking about how I'm going to build out my Okay, so this is a good starter for how I'm going to be building my office and like basically how I'm going to be building the residential areas. So like residence, office, residence, residence, office, residence, that sort of thing. We might even be able to get away with a third up here. Waste might be a bit of a problem, but I think I'll worry about that later. So I suppose the next question is, am I actually able to build all this stuff? Looks like it. So I'm going to eventually demolish this energy plant, but I'm not quite in a spot where I can afford to do that yet. But what I will do is get the next phase underway. So these are going to replace these office buildings when the time comes. Or work from home buildings, I guess I called them. So eventually I'm going to want to clear all of these out, but even just getting this as a starter is a good place to be. Okay, let's think about clearing out more isotopes. So part of this is just a question of how much can I sort of extract from this area before I absolutely have to build this mine, because of course the mine's going to suck up a lot of my labor too. Okay, looks like oh right, it's because I've got a bunch of construction. That's not as bad as I thought. There's going to be a little bit of a delicate operation here because I don't have the I don't have enough high-level isotopes to be able to turn this turn these energy plants to the level that I need. So first thing I'm going to need to do is turn the isotope input module back on. So I haven't really explained how this mechanic works, but basically you start with tier 1 versions of different resources, and then you can put them into processors to turn them into tier 2. Tier 2 is worth 5 times as much if it's a mineral and 3 times as much if it's an isotope. And then isotopes can go from 3 to 9, and minerals can go from 5 to 25 by leveling them up. So essentially you're able to build more, you're able to do more with your resources if you build manufacturing capacity. And essentially if you want to be building a city, you kind of have to do that. You can try and build them out of tier 1 materials, but it takes forever. It's not worth it. So you'll notice, of course, we've fallen back into a power shortfall, and that's also with the factories off. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to... Oh, sorry, I need an employee. I am going to turn this energy plant on. I'm not going to do it for this one quite yet, but the eventual plan is going to be to demolish this energy plant, and this will just be a little energy corner when the time comes. So eventually there's going to be 3, 4, 5 plants if I need it. I really just need 2, but I'll work with what I've got. Again, we're at 20, so if I can find something for isotopes. Yep. So one of the reasons why I dedicated employees towards moving resources is that it's a bit more important for me to be able to move people through these different areas, or sorry, to move the resources away. So like being able to clear out these isotopes is kind of important for my overall production. Okay, we definitely want to turn this stuff off. So I'm going to claim this ruin here for an energy pylon. Oh, good. We've done a very good job of clearing out a lot of the mines on the ground. So it actually is okay for us to dismantle this mine now because there's nothing else for us to extract. The whole reason we built that was so that we could mine out things quickly. I don't quite have the influence for the artifact patches, but those are next. So the game plan, in addition to all the construction that I'm doing, well, I guess I kind of already explained it. Like we want to make the most of the isotopes that we can get access to, and the plan is that puts me in a better position to be able to do what I really want. Now, I'm a bit constrained on power right now, so I'm kind of holding back. One other thing I might want to consider doing as well, maybe after claiming this ruin, I do want to start claiming more of these inert ruins, so this will get me extra energy. Storing fuel, like, in this case, all this storage is actually pretty helpful for me. So connection costs 4, so I'm going to need a better office for that. It does feel a little weird to let workers stay idle like this, but I think because it's the production process for like isotopes and minerals, I actually think I'm willing to accept a bit of inefficiency. Thank you, Immortal Validity. I'm willing to accept a little bit of an inefficiency for this. Now, one of the reasons why I want to be building, as always, like for these games, it's helpful to think, well, why am I building the stuff that I'm building, right? I've got the fantasy of being sort of a corporate overlord in a cyberpunk story. That's, fine. But there is actually a more specific motivation for what I'm doing here, and that's basically having a large workforce, so residential and office buildings, is something that will allow me to support more workers. So workers cost money. I believe the cost for workers grows exponentially. I have sort of a plot of that to suggest that that's the case. And so and in addition to the fact, we also have retain a certain number of citizens as a goal. So there's a number of things that are sort of lining up in terms of this being something that I want to pursue pretty aggressively. Now, the catch for this approach is that this is very power intensive, and in order to be able to get my power up, I'm going to need more isotopes to get the upgrade in. So another citizen choked on his freedom. Should have been a worker, indeed. I'm just going to have to wait. I mean, this game has given me a bit of a perverse incentive in the sense that if I claim migrant ships, I get a victory condition. So honestly, if I just to give you an idea of how awful this game can let you be, like, let's just pretend for a second here that I had, like, I don't know. Let's go for the full citizens and employed citizens or whatever, right? So and I hadn't done migrant ships. Like, one thing I would absolutely do is move all my smokestacks next door to the... This is so terrible. I'd move all my smokestacks next door to the residential areas and, like, just put them on full blast. If I could get fans to move more pollution over there, I would. And, like, smoke out my entire population. And then, you know, replacing 1,050 citizens, yeah, that's going to be 50 migrant ships worth. Like, that's the fastest way that I could achieve that victory. So, needless to say, we're probably going to get to 50 migrant ships before I go there. But, you know, people respond to incentives. And this game gave me an incentive to build a bunch of smokestacks beside my residential areas. I didn't turn... Oh, no, I did turn my factories back on. Good. So we should be making money. Again, we're waiting to get enough money to build the big ship that I wanted. But in the meantime, I can always use my influence to... to kill the, you know, the ruins and extract the isotopes. So we need 90 for this to... So we're one isotope away from being able to turn this into a tier 3. I don't remember how much these hold. The reason I'm building 2 residential and 1 office is that the capacity for office and residential, basically, 1 office can employ 2 residential buildings worth of workers. The eventual plan... So normally what's happened is I've had enough space to be able to, like, keep the factories running and move them over here. Because I am starting to lose population to pollution, I am actually going to demolish these and properly transition them to the residential and office buildings. So it's going to take a while, but in the long run it'll be worth it. So we're going to see a reduction in our power for a bit just while this gets settled. But I am going to be able to work on the next energy plant. Alright, so we need you to be tier 2. Connect. Then we can demolish this energy plant and make space for the others. So one thing that's worth remembering, we do actually have a little bit more on the ground than is obvious, because like this has 4 tier 3s, this has 5 tier 3s. So given the fact that these are 9, so what is it? Did I say there was 4? Yeah, so there's like 81 isotopes worth of tier 3 just lying on the ground here. That could get us to a second max capacity energy plant, but we do need a worker to actually pick up the resources. Another thing I might consider would be to demolish the road. I guess it would only be this one, and then just sort of go around the... Actually, you know what? I think I am going to do that. This gives me a little more space to work. Okay, good. So we've got my replacement plant here. We're going to need the worker to hop in, but there we go. So I'll see how far we can go on upgrading this energy plant. And the next rebel attack's probably going to be quite difficult. So we're gonna end the shift at 6,000. I'm not gonna like screw the workers this time around. I am gonna let the 7,000 come naturally. But I do want to keep an eye on the threat meter compared to my income. I think that's it for the low-hanging fruit. No, that's not true. We've got these ruins. Yeah, so there's like there's high level ruins, but I think most of the stuff that doesn't involve me giving up red artifacts has been mined out. So that's fine because it's just a matter of waiting for my workers to sort of pick up the isotopes that are on the ground. But it just kind of, it's the same story that I've been talking about a couple of times over now. I do need to have a realistic plan in terms of getting a mine set up for the isotope node. Okay. So this thing's gonna house 34 residents. Okay, yeah, so what I'm gonna do is once this is properly connected, I can put down an energy pylon right here. So I'm gonna need to do some upgrades, but that'll be fine. I'm trying to think if there's actually any reason for me putting it here as opposed to here. So I'm just thinking if I put the energy pylon here, I believe with my upgrades that's actually enough to fully cover. Well, then again, if I put it here, yeah, it doesn't actually matter just because of the edge of the map. So this is the point where I would consider buying the ship. Actually, you know what? No, I'll be nice to the workers this time. But what I could do is I could buy the ship, and it would basically I wouldn't have enough money to pay my employees. It did also occur to me I could try and get more of that energy storage because I'm generating a really big surplus right now. Now, one thing I could try and do would be to turn off the energy plant and turn off the fuel turbine, but I only have one fuel turbine, so in this case we're just going to kind of be pulling out as much zethane as we can. There's not a whole lot we can change. Okay, more research efficiency, which is nice. I'm probably rushing it a little too quickly, but I think the pollution catchers is not a bad idea at all. I would like a fan at some point. Yeah. I'm okay with that decision. Okay, we're on leisure time, so now not quite ready, but soon. So under normal circumstances, I would love to be able to upgrade these to the higher levels, but I just don't have the isotopes in place for it. So my second best is going to be... Well, we are, but there's not, the best way I can kind of achieve that right now is, it's there isn't an individual tile. Basically, I'm going to have to find a mine range tile somewhere in here to achieve that. So, we've got employee salary down. We've got, make a fan. Actually, maybe I should just find the original mine range.
Salvage complete. Salvage complete. Building complete. Salvage complete.
There we go. Okay, so it is one of these industrial ones. So, none of these directly give me my extra mine range, but by going to extra sensitive scanners, that's going to increase my command center range. And so that's just in line with the idea of giving me some more real estate to be able to upgrade the mine with. So it's an indirect way of me achieving the goal that I had in mind. Okay, so now we can afford to sort of dismantle the factory. It's gonna be a two-stage job. So in this case, we'll dismantle all devices. It's gonna be a nice windfall in terms of raw materials to work with, but it's all gonna be like level 2. So I wasn't expecting to be able to turn this up to tier 3, but I'm happy I can. So because this thing's already doing its upgrade, I figure I might as well just let it, let it run by. We're still generating a bunch of influence, so activate some inert ruins if I can. I don't want to be too reckless with artifacts, because I am also going to need to turn some of these artifacts into workers. Yeah, I'm happy with the inert ruins I've chosen for now. So my next set of expansions, so I'm thinking probably build another trio here, although I am going to need to find a way of hooking it up to the highway. That's not difficult. I'll actually just build the roadway. So yeah, it turns out I didn't need to demolish this after all. I'll just build the highway like this. It's just to help with the trash. Actually, no, hang on. I have an alternative. If I build a storage facility here... I had an idea. We'll see whether or not it gets realized, but storage facility here, highway up here, fuel turbine here once we activate these for their ethane generation. And so that way, basically, all the waste gets put into the storage facility and then eventually driven down to the smokestack. I'm sure at some point I'll build a proper storage facility for waste over here, but I'm a bit of a... It's going to take a while before we get there. One thing I basically want to do right now is just keep that rebel threat level, try and keep that from getting to 100 for just at least another day. That's all I really need.
Extraction complete.
I'm also trying to think of little places I can tuck the conversion centers in. So, just off to the side like this, maybe a few here. Basically anywhere that there's going to be high pollution generation. So got some good coverage in the middle here as far as power is concerned. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to build in. There's probably an argument for another shipyard like this. I don't need it right now, and I am a little constrained on some of my resources, so I'm not going to build it. Oh, I can demolish the energy plant. I should start upgrading this energy pylon, though. Cool. That will actually cover me for all my expansion plans here. Also, we wound up reducing the rebel threat level by quite a bit, I think because of that power generation. So generally good news across the board. You know what? That might have just cost me my fancy new ship. I wonder if I can cancel stuff in the queue.
Extraction complete. Extraction complete.
So I'm just going to keep an eye on incoming migrant ships for the next little bit. And I'm also going to wait till we get to 30 so that I can clear out these ruins and then maybe a few here. I figure it's probably better for me to work with these existing buildings before I go too crazy upgrading things. But I don't want to leave it completely idle either. No, it actually occurred to me, this is a bad spot to put my... Well, not entirely, actually, because it's like right beside the smokestack. But I think it's better for me to put a conversion center in here because it has road access. I think that's something I tend to overlook on most of my conversion centers. So maybe something like this. I'll probably demolish the science lab and rebuild it. Well, actually, it doesn't matter too much, I suppose. I'm still going to have to put like a big stick somewhere.
Extraction complete.
Okay. Actually, I know what I want to do. I want to clear this out so I can move the science lab here. That lets me build another conversion center which has got road access. That's going to be how I handle it. Better still, I could actually put the science lab here. How quickly am I going to clear out that artifact patch, though? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so I'm going to connect the conversion center. I'm probably going to want to upgrade this as high as I can make it. Okay, we just hit our magic number. We might even be able to deploy this. Might even be able to deploy this at the start of the, or before the rebel attack comes in. But I'm going to want to build at least 2 of these things. This is the point where I really flex my muscle as far as minerals are concerned, and if I feel like we're getting low on our count, I'm just going to buy more. Okay, so another chance for me to... So one thing that's going to happen here is that there's going to be waste generation. Now this isn't as big of a deal because there's road access, but essentially I want to try and make sure that the residential buildings are kept as waste-free as possible. And there's going to be two ways that I accomplish that. One is... so like one is just having them close to roads, but the other one is going to be making sure that people are in place to pick up the garbage when the time comes.
Extraction complete.
Or at least there's places for it to go. I should probably be a little more precise in saying that. So I think I'm going to take a shot for getting this artifact patch. That means we donate a bunch of minerals to the council. So now we just need to wait a minute and then we should have the influence we need. And then storage facility down here. And I do want to kind of upgrade the conversion center as high as I can get it.
Building complete.
I want to be a little careful on the conversion rate because again, this is really getting close to the limit as far as the isotope access that I have. Now again, we're going to have a ton of workers on the other end of this thing. So it's not quite as dangerous as it used to be as far as using up isotopes. But I do just kind of want to keep in mind that I don't... Everything else I've kind of got a game plan for getting more of except for isotopes. Actually, that's not entirely true. There's this ruin to claim. Still, it's good for me to pretend like I'm not going to have a lot of access. All right. I can afford... What is it? 1,000 for 4, so I can afford 8 more trucks. Okay, only need to buy 2 though. Cool. Less pollution from mines. So we could move on to higher resource harvesting rate. Now, that would basically be us following the path to a bigger command center range. My more immediate reducing fuel requirements is kind of interesting, but I don't think I'm quite there. Ad revenue is not a bad choice just because of the extra cash, but again, is it the most important thing I could do right now? Extra energy production I think is going to be a big one for us. Also, that gives us the Gatling gun, so yes, let's research that. Ooh, this is a huge one for us. Reducing citizen waste generation. Okay, once this sister storage facility is built, we'll connect this up. I don't remember the conversion center ever being red and black.
The rebellion
Maybe I
is
was wrong on
guided
that.
by the hand of righteousness, Founder. Nothing guides your counsel but greed.
Okay, so we kind of need to brace ourselves for a really tough fight. Oh, fair enough. You know what? It's not a smart idea for me to turn off the ability to heal a ship. And also in prep, I should turn the medical pod back on because it definitely felt like we had quite a few more fatalities on the last run. Okay, we're as ready as we're gonna be. They're messing with me. Huh. Okay, so they're going after it's a pretty nasty one, and this, I think that with the Rainbreaker I'm gonna struggle a little bit, so I'm gonna try and kite them. So we've traditionally been able to handle the hammer, but it does have a fairly strong weapon, so we'll see. The medbay is also going to be a problem, so it may just be I want to hold with the Lost Tiger. The Loquacious Adder I'm going to use to bring the... There we go. Yes, fight me right over my fuel turbine, you cowards. Alright, that's a couple of medium. So it's, I mean, on paper it's a fair fight, but we've already taken a few hits. Fortunately, we've got the assistance of the ground crew. Yes, I mean, one of the reasons why I'm using more ships is that I do still tend to have a tendency to do turret-heavy approaches. Obviously, with the balance changes, it takes a very long time to kill things with a turret, and the fact that so obviously they did change the relative strength of different buildings, but I actually think the bigger contribution to promoting ship combat, oddly enough, was just the simple fact that these things blow up when you like when you take out the enemy crews, like they're toast. So I actually think that contributed quite a bit more to sort of changing the changing combat. But we seem to be holding our own. I kind of suspected there might be a third ship, but maybe they just decided to bring a really strong one. Also, it did just occur to me that I'm not... Oh, well, I only have 2, so we'll be able to bring in more migrants when when we convert them all. I really like the effects that they've added on the ship combat, like seeing the ship smoke in the middle. Like it was cool to see the effect of like the light on the ships as they were being destroyed. I thought that was a nice touch. But as the light on the buildings when the ships blew up, but being able to see the smoke, like, you know. Especially, I can imagine, like, when I have my larger, kind of more endgame fleet-looking things, I can imagine that this winds up looking very impressive once there's a few more a few more ships flying around. So again, mass conversions. We'll sort out the population later. There's my citizens. So I figured this is gonna sort itself out on its own time. Ah, now I get to design a new ship. So I think I actually have a blueprint for this one. But I don't know. Ship design's fun. Actually, here's an interesting question. So if I went for... So I'm just curious which is the faster one. So this has got 8 versus 6. So I'm definitely putting a lot of strain on my grid, so we got to get the next energy plant up and running. Sacre bleu! Right, gotta wait for the 10. I should promote everyone, but then I'd have to pay them more. One thing I do kind of like about this is that, like, if you were to look at this and say, which ship is winning? I'm not entirely sure you would give the right answer. Yeah, exactly. It's the bravery that allows us to say, you know what, I can accept some damage. That means we come up on top. Listen to all those beautiful conversions happening. Okay. I'm gonna let them finish their fun. Oh, actually, one thing I can do is cancel the alarm. That'll get our power back.
Don't celebrate yet, Founder. I will be victorious next time.
A persistent nuisance, this one. Make sure you keep him contained, Founder.
Device complete. Device complete.
All right. You start repairing. How much you want to bet? Okay, yeah. Let's turn off those lasers and get everybody doing some repairs. We're paying some of that back just with the engines taken out. Okay, so let's get some more conversions in. I think there was some real estate I want. No, we've already got that. Okay. Oh, that's a shame. Probably should have thought that through. Well, this works. I may want to change it later, just depending on access to things, but I don't hate it. It's repaired enough. Wait a minute. You guys gonna finish that repair job? That's gonna be a shame if I have to blow up this ship. Ah, look at this beauty. And we get to build a second one. Ooh, the Red Prometheus is a good name for a ship. So, as you can see, like this is all we've been building towards this moment for a while. This is kind of gonna suck. I'd actually thought we were already at level 2, but apparently I got distracted. Whoa, not quite ready to fight you yet. Now that is a darn shame. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so it looks like there's no way for me to force them to... It looks like there's no way for me to actually force them to do these repairs, and I suspect it's because of these little corners that are not available. Okay. That is a shame. Takri, I ran a space RPG for a bit, and you had to name a bunch of ships for a race. One was Prometheus Prime. It was a sentient ship. That's a cool idea. Actually, there's a game that Valiant Cheese collaborated on that we played that had a sentient ship called the Away Team. What space RPG was it, if you don't mind me asking? So yeah, I think I don't see any way for us to... I don't see any way for us to get home. That's actually maybe something I should keep in mind on future ships. Okay, I'm gonna just do a quick bug report for this. I'll put it in the middle. It's called Mindjammer. It's a Fate Core. I'm not sure what Fate Core is. With details pertaining to a novel by the same name. That's really neat. So, like when you say a space RPG, are we talking kind of like a space opera, like Star Wars, or is it maybe a little kind of grittier and down to earth? I don't want to say like 2001: A Space Odyssey, because then that would just mean it's like incomprehensible to all the players. No, that's not entirely true, but like I think you know what I mean. Like there's a few different ways of it being space. I'll just briefly talk about like this bug report that I put in. So it's like it's not really actually I won't even put that as a bug. It'll be feedback because I think this is working as intended. But like, so the way that the game is working right now, you don't require adjacency. So like if there's waste that you've sort of put in the middle of your building, your employees are going to be like Dalsim and like just reach out and like grab the garbage from more than one tile away. And I don't think it's going to be like that in the final version of the game, but it is something that I've kind of grown accustomed to. Now, one of the drawbacks about this is that it seems that because my engine has taken any damage, it's not able to function. And basically, because my engine is like stuck in this in these corners, I'm effectively going to have to blow up my own ship. Now, that's not the end of the world because we'll just be able to build like another big brutal looking ship. So that could be worse. If you want to tell me that little cubby in the back middle isn't designed specifically for an engine, you're going to call it. Yeah, well, it's definitely like on the model. Actually, I'll maybe put that in the notes too. But yeah, like, so basically the idea here is that because there is a convention that's applied on the ground, it doesn't feel like that same convention's applied to the ship. Now, the way the ship is working makes more sense. It actually also makes ship design considerably more difficult so like I can't get away with having a relay beside a laser like this anymore. And so that's going, like, essentially all my future plans are going to have to make sure that there is adjacency for all of the different tiles. So like I can't put stuff in the corner anymore, for instance. Which again is fine because that's, you know, probably the way that it should be. But what's particularly difficult with the engine here is that I think my laser still works. I'm pretty sure my life support, my life support definitely still works. It's actually just the engines which are disabled. And it feels like there's no way to get them back online under this current system. And so effectively it means that I lose the ship. Which, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not entirely sure is fair. But, you know, like, it's a choice. So that's ultimately why I put it down under feedback as opposed to a bug. Because, and this is one of the, like, when I try and give feedback for a game, one of the things that I try to keep in mind is that if I give direct suggestions of what the developer should do, I think it's very unlikely that I'm going to be suggesting something to them that they haven't considered. In fact, most of the time, that'll basically be what I do in the future Immortal Velity. Of course, in this ship, I can't do that because there actually is no tile that would satisfy that condition. Although, obviously, moving the medical pod down one would probably solve that. I think we'd still be able to catch the power. Of course, with that in mind, the relay's not in, you know, the relay still is in this situation. So yeah, there's changes I can make for sure, but. But yeah, basically, any time I've talked with a game developer about this sort of stuff, there's actually been very few times where they've gotten feedback and it's like, oh, I never thought of that. It's not to suggest that it doesn't happen, but what I mean to say is that a lot of times when there are suggestions, they're things that the team has considered and haven't done because it has effects that either will mean something later on when new features are inside the game, or it conflicts with an existing system, or an idea, or just a general feeling that they want. The analogy that one of them drew was, and actually to create, this is the Cultist Simulator designer, like the example that they gave was from Blade Runner, where there's that scene where Roy Batty approaches Tyrell and he's like, I want more life. And he's like, we can't give you more life. You're as good as you can be. And he's like, well, why don't you do this? He's like, oh, well, we could try that, but that didn't turn out. He's like, well, do this to solve that problem. And he's like, yeah, we tried that, but then this happened. And he's like, well, then, do the suppressive protein. He's like, well, we could do that, but then that would kill you. Or maybe he says the suppressive protein after we could do that and we'd kill you. But yeah, anyways, like basically there's that back and forth, and like Batty is obviously a really smart guy. You can see that from his description in the, at the start of the film. You can see that in the fact that he beats Tyrell in chess, the fact that he's capable of having this conversation. But, Blade Runner isn't completely willing to it's not willing to completely surrender intelligence to the replicants. Eldon Tyrell is still capable of holding his own in that conversation with Batty. He's done the work, and yes, Batty has probably been thinking about this problem his whole life, but he doesn't have the benefit of the the research that the Tyrell Corporation has put in. So in any case, so this is me talking as opposed to the Blade Runner example is one thing, but this is me, somebody who doesn't make games but plays them and tries to give decent feedback. I think the reason why there are fewer surprises from feedback, and just to be clear, like if you look at the patch notes for Industries of Titan, you'll see a little Saturn beside things that were suggested by the community. So it doesn't mean that they don't take things on board. But generally what I find is that when it comes down to specifically recommending implementations, as opposed to, oh, that trash is going to get worse, don't you worry. But basically, once it comes down to recommending implementations, it ceases to be about, I as a player think that this thing should happen. And this is dealing a little more with feelings and what led me to think these things. So that's why I actually included that digression about how the ground game works. Because I can say, well, there's this set of things that happens in the game, and I can sort of see here that I wasn't able to access these corners, but I don't really feel like I can be blamed for building a ship like this when I haven't really been penalized for it in the ground game, right? Obviously, the mapping from the factory construction to ship construction is there. So there's a number of different ways you can fix that. One might be it's like, you know what? It is kind of silly that the engines can't be repaired because it really does look like you should put an engine here. Maybe we allow it that if you have 3 tiles for the engine, you should be good to go. Or maybe we let the workers actually work more than 1 tile. But that's not the only option. The other option would be to include something in the tutorial which says that workers can only work 1 adjacent tile. Admittedly, that's more for people like me who've been playing since the early days of the game, and you can get away with extensions like that. And like I said, there was always going to be a day when I couldn't rely on that. One thing that would more or less work would be if I moved this engine up 1 here. Of course, I'd have to get rid of the battery. But that's not the end of the world. But yeah, I don't know. Like there's a number of different ways that it can be worked with it. And so one of the reasons one of the reasons I like to try and give feedback that's a little bit more about my feelings or sort of what my expectations were going in and what either confused me or produced this one. Essentially the root of this issue for me is I just want to I just defeated a ship in combat, but the consequences of that victory seems to be that I have to self-destruct this ship anyway. And that will lead me to be making different choices, and I'd maybe be a little more comfortable making those choices if I had that knowledge at the start. It's not game-breaking for me, but that's ultimately why I put it down as feedback. And it's not just because I like writing that I wrote the feedback the way that I did. I specifically wanted to address where I sort of felt the game had maybe misled's maybe too strong, but like where I felt that there's a bit of a gap in terms of my understanding and what I think the game wants me to do. So it's probably a longer digression than you wanted, but hopefully. So number one, there's a lot of games that are in early access or just in general. Oh. This is a waste only center. There's a lot of games that I like that are in earlier stages of development, and to my view, they I'll have more fun, I'll have more that I can do if they get good feedback. Now maybe my way of giving feedback isn't the best, in which case I guess we're back to square one. Weird. But I still think, like, in general, I don't know. Where I can, I'd like to share what I think is effective in terms of making games better. And if you're a designer and you've gotten feedback from me and it wasn't helpful, please let me know. I will adjust. All right, so we just wiped out our tier 1 minerals, so we're gonna have to turn on that mine. In fact, I suspect we don't have enough to be able to build that. Yep. But we do have a lot more. We do have a lot more workers, so I'm going to. I'm going to focus on developing tier 1 and tier 2s, but I'm not going to open the second line quite yet. Look at all those trucks going. That's a thing of beauty. I'm actually also going to start requesting a few minerals. Just so we can get started.
Device complete.
How much fuel does this take? 48. Okay, so we're just at the edge of what we can work with for fuel. That's fine. I am going to need to really improve my tier 3 minerals, though.
Device complete.
How are we for tier 1 minerals for now? We've got 4. This may not be the smartest choice right now, but I'm going to upgrade this mine just so we can extract faster.
Device complete. Device complete.
There's a lot of tier 1 sitting on the ground there, so it's just a matter of getting people to pick them up, I think.
Device complete. Device complete. Device
Yeah, so 1 in everything at this point. Probably... That's probably the right call. Okay, this patch is going to be worked for a while. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for this thing to start running. Yeah, so this thing's slowly charging. And I think I'm actually going to make a move on the rebel base. So that is going to provoke another attack, but I think that's still okay right now. I think I want to start getting a little more aggressive. And sorry, Kree, you were talking about your space games. So Fate is a super basic RPG system that can be used for any setting. A lot of people make and sell supplemental material for it since the rules are free. That's so I think we were talking about Pathfinder as well, does something like that. I actually so I like it because I know a little bit of the history of some of my favorite game companies, and I remember I think I was talking about how FASA, who would later go on to produce Shadowrun and BattleTech, got their start as a kind of a producer of Traveler supplements. Oh. So Rouge Light Girl and Takri, are you in the same game group together? You played a fantasy-ish game based on the Hugh Cook novels. Hugh Cook is not a name I'm familiar with, so that's going to get added to the list as well. Where are these ruins? Yes. So eventually I'll be able to build another residential, office residential. We're going to be waiting a bit for that. So one thing that does make me a little sad here is there's all these trucks. We'll hit another upgrade. Oh, no, that is not the done thing right now. Gotta upgrade that energy plant first. Maybe the same person, you haven't seen them in the... I think there might be a little bit of a difference of geography, but Fate is great for being like, there's the setting that I want to play in an RPG, but there aren't rules for it specifically, or I don't like the rules that are out for it. That's cool. I think GURPS was a similar kind of project. But I don't really know enough about rule systems to sort of know the relative merits. Same chat room that does that count? I mean, I've been reading, I think you all know, I've been reading the history of telecom, so I think it counts. All right, let's see if we can bring some hurt to the rebels. So the Loquacious Adder doesn't do a lot of damage, so they're going to be sort of my screening ship. All right, so now we... Oh, here we go. Let's take out the Rainbreaker. So we're gonna have to, like, we're gonna have to get out of here reasonably quickly. There's no way we're actually gonna. There's no way we're gonna succeed in the fight, but if we can take out the rebel turret as a start, oh, this is gonna suck. Okay. Also, do I go for the ad revenue or do I go for the bigger guns? Ad revenue for now. I want money more. I don't think we're gonna survive this next shot, so I should have actually run earlier. We'll see if we can make it without deaths. Hooray, we didn't die. All right. So let's also give them something to think about as far as taking out their... All right. Clearly, we need to change the priorities here. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Okay, offense. Come on. One of you is attacking them. Ah, get in there. Ah! That's not good if I'm losing oxygen on one of my... Wow, they are not focusing on that at all. Okay. Where on earth are all these people going? I'm pretty sure we're gonna lose Rin off of this. Oh yeah, we totally are. Surely with this set of priorities, somebody knowing that they're about to get taken out is... Oh, you know what? It's because this one doesn't have power. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, this is a real mess. I'm actually going to move this ship out of the fight. So we'll lose some workers, but... I enjoyed that it was less combat focused, still had the potential for action. This is referring to the Fate system. And also, if you want to read Hugh Cook, they are a pretty fun, interconnected world, but standalone stories, sort of silly and crass. Granted, read them when you were a teen first, so your opinion is very nostalgically colored. I mean, I still love reading The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I remember reading that when I'm pretty sure I was in elementary school when I read that. So I certainly... I think books can change as when you read them at different ages, but I still think a lot of the magic is still there. Like I can't really think of a lot of cases where I've been like, oh well, that was a disaster. Like why did I ever like that? Yeah, so that combat was a bit of a mess, but we should be able to take out the Rebel HQ. We'll work on getting the employees back. I will also turn on the conversion capsules because I'm going to want to make even more. I'm going to send the Loquacious Adder to go take out the Rebel HQ here. The bigger, like, the brown Apetus is the bigger damage dealer, and again, taking out the Rebel HQ is almost certainly going to spike the threat level well beyond anything that I can handle. But I do want to at least take out, like, what part of my goal now is because I'm already like 2 hours past my usual finishing time. I wanted to at least take out one Rebel HQ, and we can kind of talk about how the rest of the playthrough will go. Even if I'm not able to complete the objectives, I can at least sort of say how I would develop this. I mean, if I have time, maybe I'll just record an individual video and you know, like show how it wraps up, but Oh, that's neat, Rouge Light Girl. Yeah, I mean, I will confess, like, I know for some people it's a bit of a problem, but I actually, like, I don't, I'm not upset that I'm like this, but by and large, I tend to notice I just really like stuff. Like, this, most of the stuff that I read or that I play, I just thoroughly enjoy experiencing it. And, like, having that experience is kind of, like, worth it on its own for me. So there's very few books that I've read where I'm like, I really regret reading that. Or, like, there are very few games where...
You
There we go.
council sympathizers are all the same, and you all die the same too.
And on that bombshell, we're actually going to deal with that next broadcast. But yeah, I don't know. Like, when it comes down to games, or well, like anything, or even books or anything like that. Like, I don't know. For the most part, I'm entertained. I like being entertained. I do enjoy some things more than others. Like, so I think it's kind of clear that I really, really like Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade. I play them a lot. And just because I play something a lot on a stream doesn't necessarily mean that it's like my favorite game. But we can go to the main menu and debrief. I'll see if I can find somebody to host tonight. But yeah, I don't know. Like, the only problem I have with it is that sometimes people will ask me for recommendations, and like, I will honestly answer that I really like something, but just because I really like it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good fit for someone else. I think a really good example of this is that there is an old Tom Cruise movie that I like, called Collateral. I'm pretty sure he plays a hitman. Let me just double check that it's... Oop. Yeah, 2004 American neo-noir. So I think Tom Cruise does like a really good job in that movie. I like it quite a bit. I will also say that someone I know whose like opinions on media, like they're a writer I really like, and I like their opinions quite a bit. They are they don't have a very high opinion of pretty much anything but the first 10 minutes. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I kind of need to accept to a certain extent that knowing that I really like a lot of stuff, and I tend to see sort of the best in a lot of stuff that I play. This can be difficult, particularly if people are making like buying decisions, or if they're making like even just time, right? Like, a movie's long. It's 2 hours. That's 2 hours you could be spending, you know, doing lots of other things. So, you know, I try and judge people's tastes as much as I can. But I don't know, like, for me, I'm kind of happy that I like a lot of the stuff that I play, just because, I don't know, it's nice. It's nice to have more things you like than less, in my opinion. But yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not sure if I can get back to Industries of Titan before the new update. So we'll see. If I don't, basically the way I would have pursued it would be, the next thing I would build would be a command center to be able to get me access to that isotope mine. And one of the big priorities there, you know, so obviously isotopes are an important input, but at that point I would basically have the groundwork where, so long as I was able to keep feeding it workers, I would be able to generate just more minerals and isotopes than I would need at any time. One of the reasons I wanted to prioritize that HQ is because when you destroy HQs, your influence cap goes up. And so that would also mean that I could either store more influence or that I would be able to start taking out some of those. I would be, I'd be able to start taking out some of more of those high value ruins. Now, again, I'm not going to abandon the idea of doing more Industries of Titan. I'm just kind of conscious of the fact that I have about a week before the next update comes in. And honestly, the next update does look like there's going to be a lot in it. And so I would much rather start a new session than complete the old one with those updates. But suffice to say, I am kind of conscious of the fact that I've had difficulty closing on Industries of Titan the last little while. And I will do my best to try and find a new equilibrium. It's one of the reasons why I did Industries of Titan today, because I know that does mean that I have I'm sort of given a bit of a shorter period to Phantom Brigade. I mean, in fairness, this is Industries of Titan's revenge on some of the Phantom Brigade stuff, because Phantom Brigade used to wind up eclipsing Industries of Titan a lot. But yeah, I'll find a balance. And I mean, especially when this game gets a full release, I'm probably just going to do like a nice dedicated run of Titan for an extended period of time, particularly because I feel like more people are probably going to want to see it around then. But we'll figure it all out. I definitely have some specific plans for Industries of Titan. But as for me, Friday I'm going to try something new if I can. Again, it's all sort of free, but I'll do my best to try and come up with something that you're interested in. Monday we'll probably be back to Old World, and then next week we will be seeing a new update for Industries of Titan. So have a wonderful evening. Thank you for watching, and I guess I should actually do my host command. It's a few good people, but Kilgore Trout is currently streaming not just Daggerfall, but Daggerfall Unity, which, interestingly enough, oh God. Okay, good. Hopefully that raid is starting. My menu is really not working on that. So I noticed the number of people coming along on the raid is very small, and that might just be because I was talking too much. But anyways, I think Daggerfall Unity is now kind of, I don't know, anointed by GOG. Like, apparently you can get Daggerfall Unity off of GOG.com now, which I'm a little surprised by. If you have not checked out Kilgore Trout, I definitely do recommend, I definitely recommend stopping by and seeing what it's like. He used to be in Ontario with me. I think he's now in Newfoundland and Labrador. But he not just only does a lot of classic games, but he tends to do classic games on original hardware. Clearly, Daggerfall Unity is an exception to that, but like one of his hooks is sort of that he'll play, games from the 90s on like a Pentium and stuff like that. So I don't know. I definitely enjoy hanging out with his community, and it's a chance for me to show you all something new. So have a lovely evening, and we'll see you maybe Friday or whenever you stop by next. Have a good one. Thanks.